Chapter 1890. Who is it? Who dares to rob my, Sun Ying's, herb garden? Damn it! Damn it! After thinking for a long time, Sun Ying still could not figure out who had robbed his herb garden. He was furious and aggrieved. In the end, he flew into a rage. Swoosh! This feeling was no different from being slapped in the face in a crowd. However, he could not identify the person who slapped him. As the saying went, a dumb man can only suffer in silence. This saying was exactly what Sun Ying was feeling at this moment. The Medicine King, Sun Ying, had suffered in silence. If news of this spread out, who knew what kind of commotion it would cause in the upper province? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the other two who had escaped from the herb garden were unaware that the old man who had imprisoned them in the herb garden was a famous figure in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If it was not for the fact that Sun Ying was unwilling to be restrained, he would have a high position in any of the three great sections. Perhaps, his strength might not have much of an advantage in the three great sects, but his achievement in the Tao of alchemy was not something that anyone could compare to. Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, and Zhu Luqi traveled west for a month before they finally came to a halt. During this 1 month, they had encountered many assassinations. There were many powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land, and there was no lack of desperados. In order to amass their wealth, these desperados would wait for their prey outside. They would kill passers-by and rob them of their wealth. However, the desperados Duan Lingtian and the other two encountered were mostly ordinary, so they could easily deal with them. There was only one time when they encountered two troublesome people. They were both intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivators. One of them was an intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator who had half a foot in the mastery exemplary saint stage. His strength was on par with Zhu Luqi, and he was evenly matched with Zhu Luqi. When Zhu Luqi realized he could not divert his attention to deal with the other intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, horror dawned on him. When he saw Duan Lingtian transforming into the legendary dragon warrior and killing the intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator in just a few moves, Zhu Luqi's expression changed again. It was precisely because Duan Lingtian had killed the intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator that it affected the other person's mood. In the end, the other person had also died in the hands of Zhu Luqi, who was on par with him. It could be said that he had died an unjust death. If it was a one-on-one battle, his strength would not be below Zhu Luqi's. Even if the battle continued, it would usually end in a draw in the end. However, because his companions were killed and he was distracted, he died in the hands of Zhu Luqi. He died unjustly and unjustly. Duan Lingtian is so strong? It was also at that time that Zhu Luqi realized he was not the strongest person among them. As it turned out, he was not the strongest among the three of them. The strongest person should be Duan Lingtian, a martial cultivator at the peak of the divine saint stage whose cultivation base was 2 stages lower than his. He did not know Duan Lingtian's true cultivation base was not at the peak of the divine saint stage but at the peak of the eminent saint stage. With my current strength, coupled with my ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, even an intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator won't be able to withstand more than a few moves from me if I use all my techniques. My strength is even stronger than most mastery exemplary saint stage powerhouses. It's almost on par with a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. It was precisely because of that battle that Duan Lingtian had a deep understanding of his current strength. In an ancient city near the west of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Lingtian and his two companions found an inn to stay for the time being. Then, they looked for a restaurant to drink and have a meal. Naturally, drinking and eating were only secondary. When one's strength reached Duan Lingtian and his two companions' level, it would not affect them even if they did not eat or drink. The reason they came here was because they wanted to know where they were. They did not dare to rest even after a month of running. Due to this reason, they did not know where they were. Have you heard? The Devil Seal tablet has appeared again. At another table near Duan Lingtian and his two companions' table, 4 burly middle-aged men were chatting when one of them suddenly brought up this topic. Devil Seal tablet? Didn't the Devil Seal tablet appear more than 5 years ago? I remember it appeared in the lower province. Many people from the upper province went to the lower province just for the Devil Seal tablet, but they came up empty-handed in the end. Another person chimed in. I've heard about this as well. It said that the young man who obtained the Devil Seal tablet seems to have disappeared completely, another person said. Your information is too outdated. Your information is too outdated. Not long ago, the young man who obtained the Devil Seal tombstone appeared in the lower province. It said that he's the young mansion master of the quasi-third-rate force in the lower province, the Azure Cloud Mansion. The last person said, Azure Cloud Mansion? I've heard of it before. It's a first-rate force in the lower province. The mansion master, Duan Ruffing, is also a rare talent. However, I can't believe the young man who obtained the Devil Seal tablet is the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He did not expect there would be people in the upper province who knew about his father. The Azure Cloud Mansion is a first-rate force in the lower province, but it's nothing in the upper province. Since the identity of the young man who obtained the Devil Seal tablet has been exposed, I'm sure he won't be able to keep the Devil Seal tablet anymore. You're right. In the end, the Devil Seal tablet was snatched away by Elder Xiezong from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Xiezong? He's really fast. In this case, does this mean the Devil Seal tablet belongs to the Zhuangzi Buddhism now? The few middle-aged men were talking about Duan Lingtian and the Devil Seal tablet. When their conversation entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian recalled some of the things that happened in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The bloodthirsty and arrogant attitude of Elder Xiezong from the Zhuangzi Buddhism was still vivid in his mind. For a moment, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. Upon seeing this, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi looked at each other. In the end, both of them had a tacit understanding and remained silent. They knew it would be pointless to say anything at this moment. Perhaps, it would be better if they did not say anything. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian would be able to recover faster. As the topic of discussion spread out from the other tables, Duan Lingtian's expression gradually eased up. I heard the saint girl who went missing after being chosen by the saint sect has been found? A slightly hushed voice clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears and attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. This was because he knew the saint sect this person was talking about was Zoroastrianism. In this place, Zoroastrianism was known as the saint sect because this was the border of the western region. The western region was the territory of Zoroastrianism. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Zoroastrianism ruled the western region. For this reason, Zoroastrianism was also known as the Western Region Zoroastrianism. However, everyone in the Western region called Zoroastrianism the Saint Sect. When Duan Lingtian found out he was in the territory of Zoroastrianism, he sighed emotionally. It did not cross his mind that he would accidentally come to the Western region, the territory of Zoroastrianism, not long after he arrived in the upper province. The saint girl who went missing from the saint sect? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as his heart skipped a beat. Is it Kerr? When he was still in the Dvusi subterranean, Duan Lingtian had heard from his father that Kerr seemed to be the saint girl chosen by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. For some reason, she ended up on Cloud Continent. Since then, the sect of Zoroastrianism had sent people to the lower province to look for Kerr. However, it was to no avail. It was only when Kerr's twin sister came to Cloud Continent that she found Kerr and brought Kerr back. Yes, we did find her. However, I heard the saint girl didn't know how to cherish herself after she wandered outside. She even had a daughter with someone else. Now, the Saint Sect's Enforcement Hall is waiting for Lord Sect Leader to come out of his closed-door cultivation so that he can decide the fate of the saint girl and her child. Didn't know how to cherish herself? That's a little too much. As far as I know, the saint girl was still in her infancy when she wandered outside. In other words, she didn't know she was the saint girl of the saint sect ever since she became sensible. Under such circumstances, isn't it too much to ask her to cherish herself and keep her chastity? Shoo, lower your voice. If the Saint Sect's Enforcement Hall finds out that you said this, you'll definitely be in deep trouble. I'm only speaking the truth. A soft voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears at the right time. causing Duan Lingtian's face to darken again. Duan Lingtian had a gloomy expression, and his eyes faintly flickered with dense worry. The Saint sect will recruit elite disciples once every 3 years in a month. I wonder if the Saint sect will be able to discover any hidden talents this time. Just as Duan Lingtian was worried about the safety of Kerr and her mother, a voice came from afar. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't help but feel energized. Zoroastrianism, recruiting elite disciples in a month? Once every 3 years? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's breathing became rapid, and his eyes lit up like a hungry wolf. Senior Gu Li. Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Li and wanted to say something. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Li. I'll go with you. What are you talking about? Seeing Duan Lingtian and Gu Li acting like this, Zhu Luqi asked in confusion. However, when he found out from Gu Li that the saint of Zoroastrianism was Duan Lingtian's wife, and that the saint's daughter was Duan Lingtian's daughter, while he was shocked, he also understood what Duan Lingtian and Gu Li were talking about. Duan Lingtian wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to join the Zoroastrianism when Zoroastrianism recruited elite disciples in a month's time. Gu Li also wanted to go with him. Since all of you are going, I'll go with you. Zhu Luqi pondered for a moment before he said to Duan Lingtian and Gu Li. Initially, he wanted to go to the upper district with Duan Lingtian and Gu Li because he wanted to have an extra layer of protection. However, after experiencing the disaster in the herb garden, he had completely integrated into this small group and truly regarded himself as a member of this small group. Chapter 1891. The belief of Zoroastrianism was the flame that humans relied on to survive. In the western region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, in the eyes of most people in the western region, Zoroastrianism was their belief. Zoroastrianism recruited elite disciples every 3 years. This had become a tradition in the western region. When Zoroastrianism recruited elite disciples, it was usually the busiest time in the western region. This was because at that time, martial, Dao, and devil cultivators from all over the western region who were confident in their strength would flock to the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism in order to become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. In their opinion, becoming a disciple of Zoroastrianism was an unparalleled honor. Naturally, the fire worship sect did not accept just anyone when they recruited elite disciples. Only those who passed the test set by Zoroastrianism would be able to enter Zoroastrianism and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. The test for becoming a disciple of Zoroastrianism was very cruel as well. Many people died in the test every 3 years. Even so, there were still many people who went in wave after wave as though they were not afraid of death at all. They know there's a tiger in the mountain, but they still insist on going there. The people in the western region are crazy. In the sky outside the mountain range, Gu Li could not help but click his tongue as he watched the figures flying past him and entering the mountain range. Don't tell me you haven't noticed the atmosphere in the western region during this 1 month? More than 70% of the people in the western region regard Zoroastrianism as their religion. If you dare to speak ill of Zoroastrianism in front of these people, they'll fight you to the death. Zhu Luqi shook his head. He was already used to this after a month. Recruiting elite disciples? That sounds nice. In fact, it's just recruiting some outer disciples for the 4 symbols sanctums. If you want to enter the saint land of Zoroastrianism and become a true elite disciple, you'll have to fight for it yourself. Gu Li snorted and said with some dissatisfaction. The Zoroastrianism encampment was divided into 2 major areas. One of these areas was the Holy Land of Zoroastrianism. It stood above the quasi-immortal grade Saint Stone mineral deposit and was shrouded in rich spiritual energy all year round. It was the best place for Zoroastrianism to cultivate. Even in the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was still a top-notch cultivation place. In Zoroastrianism, not just anyone could enter the Holy Land. In order to enter the sacred land, one must first obtain the pass, issued by the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. Normally, those that were able to obtain a pass were either people with formidable strength, monstrous natural talent, or saint refinement masters, Dao talisman masters, or even saint inscription masters with brilliant abilities. For example, the Medicine King, Sun Ying, who had imprisoned Duan Lingtian and the other two previously. If he wanted to join Zoroastrianism, not only would he be able to obtain a pass to enter the Holy Land immediately, but he might even be summoned by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and be received by him. His strength was nothing in front of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, who was ranked in the top few on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, his achievement in the Tao of Alchemy was worthy of being treated with respect by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. In the history of Zoroastrianism, there were many people who did not obtain a pass to enter the Holy Land even after they had become outer disciples of Zoroastrianism's four symbols sanctums. Based on this, one could see how precious the pass to enter the Holy Land of Zoroastrianism was. The four symbols sanctums. Have all of you decided which sanctum to go to? Duan Lingtian, who was walking side by side with Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, asked when they saw the mountain range in front of them was getting closer and closer. When Gu Li and Zhu Luqi heard this, they looked at each other and shook their heads. Junior brother Lingtian, you decide. Gu Li said to Duan Lingtian, I'm not familiar with Zoroastrianism, so I don't know which sanctum to choose. Same here. Zhu Luqi chimed in as well. Aren't I the same? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he saw the two of them kicking the ball in his court. However, Duan Lingtian still made up his mind when he saw Gu Li and the other man's expectant eyes and secretly scolded them for being lazy. Then, I'll just randomly pick one. How about we go to the Azure Dragon Sanctum? The Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the four symbols sanctums at the periphery of Zoroastrianism. Apart from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, there was also the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, the White Tiger Sanctum, and the Black Turtle Sanctum. Sure. I have no objections. When Gu Li and Zhu Luqi heard Duan Lingtian's decision, they nodded in agreement. To them, it did not matter which sanctum they joined. After all, they were all disciples of Zoroastrianism. In that case, it's decided then. We'll go to the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had chosen the Azure Dragon Sanctum because he had a special relationship with dragons. Apart from the people from his homeland in his previous life who were called descendants of dragons, the reason he had transformed into a dragon warrior was also related to dragons. He had an affinity with dragons. For this reason, he chose the Azure Dragon Sanctum. 3 bumpkins. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a mocking voice entered Duan Lingtian and the other two's ears. It was obvious the voice was directed at them. What did you say? Gu Li's expression changed immediately. He turned to look at the source of the voice and shouted angrily. Zhu Luqi looked over as well. Duan Lingtian frowned and looked over as well. With just a glance, he saw a young man looking at them arrogantly. His gaze was condescending as though he was a superior looking down on a subordinate. The young man was skinny, and his appearance was ordinary. However, there was an air of condescension between his brows. Coupled with his luxurious robes, he looked like a good-for-nothing rich kid. An old man stood behind him. The old man stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. From afar, he looked like an ordinary person. However, Duan Lingtian knew the old man was not an ordinary person. In fact, he must be quite strong. Otherwise, he would have been able to see through him. What did you say? The young man in luxurious robes looked at Gu Li and sneered. Is there something wrong with your ears? Can't you hear me, bumpkin? I really don't know why bumpkins like all of you are here. If all of you enter Zoroastrianism, won't all of you embarrass the Zoroastrianism? If I were all of you, I'd definitely turn around and scram as far as I can instead of staying here to embarrass myself. When the young man in luxurious robes reached the end of his sentence, the mocking smile on his face deepened. His eyes were filled with disdain. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. Zhu Luqi's expression changed slightly. You're seeking death. As for Gu Li, his expression changed for a while. In the end, he could no longer hold back and made his move at lightning speed. His strength that was close to the intermediate divine saint stage swept toward the young man in luxurious robes. How dare you make a move in front of me with such little strength? Faced with Gu Li, who was charging at him menacingly, The young man in luxurious robes smiled contemptuously. Then he moved his arms and made his move as well. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air. Gu Li and the young man in luxurious robes had exchanged blows at lightning speed. The result was revealed soon after. Gu Li was sent flying. On the other hand, the young man in luxurious robes merely trembled slightly before he quickly came to a halt. Barf! Gu Li, who was sent flying, spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked wretched as he staggered. When Gu Li looked at the young man in luxurious robes again, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. He did not expect this good-for-nothing rich kid would be so powerful. He was so powerful that he was no match for him. For a moment, he felt a huge blow to his heart. So this is the upper province? I can't even compare to a good-for-nothing rich kid? At the same time, Gu Li's heart was filled with bitterness. He even had doubts. Was his decision to come to the upper province a mistake from the very beginning? You're seeking death. Zhu Luqi's expression changed when he saw Gu Li was injured. Then he made his move as well. He charged toward the good-for-nothing rich kid. Zhu Luqi was an intermediate exemplary saint stage powerhouse. His cultivation base was close to the mastery exemplary saint stage. Due to this reason, the speed he displayed when he charged out was not something Gu Li could compare to. Even the good-for-nothing rich kid who was dressed in luxurious robes only had time to react when he saw Zhu Luqi's speed. He did not even have time to dodge. Exemplary saint stage powerhouse. At this moment, the good-for-nothing rich kid only had one thought in his mind. However, although there was a drastic change in his expression, there was not the slightest trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. It was as though he had something to rely on. Duan Lingtian had also noticed this. Does his confidence come from the old man behind him? Just as Zhu Luqi's attack was about to land on the good-for-nothing rich kid, a cold snort that contained an invisible sound wave resonated in the air. Although Zhu Luqi was still a distance away from the sound wave, he could still feel the immense pressure. His expression changed drastically. Be careful. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He noticed the old man who had been quietly following behind the good-for-nothing rich kid suddenly moved his body slightly. He instantly warned Zhu Luqi out of reflex. However, although he warned Duan Lingtian in time, it was still too late. Bang! The old man did not seem to have made any moves, but Zhu Luqi's attack that was supposed to land on the good-for-nothing rich kid was completely destroyed. Moreover, a crisp sound rang in the air as Zhu Luqi's body was sent flying like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and followed in Gu Li's footsteps. Quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Zhu Luqi, who was sent flying pathetically, could not help but cry out in shock. Horror dawned on his face when he saw this. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage would not be able to injure him to such an extent before he could even react. There was only one possibility. The person who attacked him was a quintessential saint stage powerhouse. A quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Gu Li's expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian's expression changed again and again as well. What's wrong? Are you afraid? When the good-for-nothing rich kid saw the change in Duan Lingtian and the other two's expressions, the gloomy expression on his face disappeared. His eyes gleamed coldly as he ordered the old man behind him. Chapter 1892. Old Deng, kill them. Upon hearing the good-for-nothing rich kid's words, Duan Lingtian and the other two were horrified. They did not expect this good-for-nothing rich kid to be so crazy. It was just a small conflict, and he did not suffer any losses, but he wanted to kill them. Duan Lingtian looked at the good-for-nothing rich kid as his eyes flashed fiercely. At this moment, the Sun True origin in his body began to stir. He was ready to activate his dragon energy and transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Moreover, he had already decided to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Naturally, even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was not confident he could defeat the old man who was at the quintessential saint stage. After all, the Jasper Celestial Sword only relied on the Sun True origin in his body. Other techniques, such as transforming into a dragon warrior, did not have any effect on the Jasper Celestial Sword. At most, he could only rely on his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. With the elementary devouring tactic, my son true origin should be able to elevate to the mastery exemplary saint stage's true origin in a short period of time. If this old man is only at the early quintessential saint stage, I'm confident I can kill him with the Jasper celestial sword. However, if he's at the intermediate quintessential saint stage, I'm less than 30% confident. If he's at the mastery quintessential saint stage or above, I won't be able to kill him. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind. However, no matter what the outcome is, this fella must die. Duan Lingtian once again looked at the profligate young master in embroidered clothes, and the killing intent in his eyes was awe-inspiring. Even if the old man wanted to kill them, regardless of whether he could kill the old man with the Jasper celestial sword, he would drag this good-for-nothing rich kid down with him. At this moment, the ruthlessness in Duan Lingtian's heart began to show. Second young master, we're outside of the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. The old man frowned slightly when he heard the good-for-nothing rich kid's order. In the end, he did not make a move. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to remind him. As a quintessential saint stage powerhouse, his eyesight was shocking. He could already see the patrolling disciples from the four symbols sanctums in the distance had noticed the commotion here and were making their way over. Zoroastrianism, for symbols sanctums. Upon hearing the old man's words, a hint of dread could be seen in the good-for-nothing rich kid's eyes. He looked at Duan Lingtian's group of three and mocked. 3 country bumpkins, consider yourselves lucky. If this was not the territory of the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, all of you would have died today. Also, I advise you to give up on Zoroastrianism. Otherwise Yang Wu will play you to death. After leaving these words behind, the good-for-nothing rich kid who called himself Yang Wu brought the old man over the mountain range in front of them and entered the base of the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. At the same time, apart from Duan Lingtian, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi were relieved. Their faces showed the joy of surviving a disaster. However, Gu Li's expression soon turned gloomy. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a wry smile, "Junior brother Lingtian, do you think I should just stay in the lower district?" Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from Yang Wu and Zhu Luqi to Gu Li. Why? Originally, I thought my innate talent and strength were not bad. Who knew I would be imprisoned after coming to the upper district? I can't even compare to a good-for-nothing rich kid. Should I just stay in the lower district and fight to become the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion? Gu Li had a bitter smile on his face. He felt the upper district was filled with malice toward him. Senior brother Gu Li, that Yang Wu must have an extraordinary background since he dares to be so arrogant in the Zoroastrianism four symbols sanctums. There's no need for you to compare yourself to him now. After all, the cultivation resources you had in the past were far from what he had. He's not much stronger than you. Duan Lingtian shook his head and comforted him. Little brother, you're right. Yang Wu is the second son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, a first-rate sect in the north of the western region. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Ordinary people can't compare to him at all. At the same time, one of the few people standing in the distance reminded them out of goodwill. If I were you, I'd do as Yang Wu said and give up on joining Zoroastrianism. After joining Zoroastrianism, not only is there a powerhouse following him, but he also has an elder brother who's also a Zoroastrianism disciple. It's said that his elder brother has already entered the Saint Land and become a true elite disciple of Zoroastrianism. His elder brother's strength should be much stronger than the powerhouse following him. Soon after, another person reminded Duan Lingtian and the other two. Also, when you arrive at the four symbols sanctums, you won't be able to choose whichever sanctum you want. Everyone will be reorganized and assigned to whichever sanctum you're assigned to. Perhaps, if you're lucky, you'll be assigned to the same sanctum or two of you will be assigned to the same sanctum. However, it's also possible that all three of you will be assigned to different sanctums. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the other two finally understood why Yang Wu called them bumpkins. However, now that things had developed to this stage, it was no longer important. After a while, the few onlookers left. Only Duan Lingtian and the other two were left in this area. In the distant sky, the patrolling disciples of the Four Symbols Sanctums who saw that Duan Lingtian and the others were no longer making any movements also left after observing them from afar. As it turns out, he's the son of an elder from a first-rate force in the upper province. To think that I actually doubted myself because of him. Now that I think about it, how laughable. Gu Li smiled self-deprecatingly, but his eyes shone with confidence. As long as he joined Zoroastrianism, he was confident he would be able to defeat Yang Wu in the near future and trample him under his feet. After all, Yang Wu grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was not much stronger than him. Junior brother Ling Tian, Palace Master Zhu, let's go. Let's go to the Four Symbols Sanctums. Gu Li called out to Duan Lingtian and Zhu Luqi before he took the lead and leaped over the mountain range in front of them. It was as though he was on steroids. At this moment, he only wanted to join Zoroastrianism as soon as possible and use the resources of Zoroastrianism to raise his strength quickly. Only then would he have a chance to catch up to Yang Wu and surpass him. Currently, surpassing Yang Wu and trampling him under his feet had become his #1 goal. Duan Lingtian could completely understand Gu Li's feelings. However, before he followed Gu Li, he looked at Zhu Luqi and said, "Palace Master Zhu, this Zoroastrianism trip is more dangerous than we thought. Otherwise, what? You young people aren't afraid of trouble. Do you think an old man like me is afraid of trouble?" Zhu Luqi interrupted Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he knew what Duan Lingtian wanted to say. Duan Lingtian wanted to remind him of the dangers of Zoroastrianism and persuade him to leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Luqi flew after Gu Li without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He knew he had wasted his breath, so he immediately followed after them. This is the Black Turtle Sanctum of the Four Symbols Sanctums? After crossing the mountain range, the first thing that entered Duan Lingtian's eyes was a large group of buildings. When he looked down at the buildings, he could see they were all lit up with flames. On top of that, the flames were clearly arranged in a special way because they formed a huge black tortoise pattern. It was like a black tortoise that was completely condensed out of flames. The Four Symbols Sanctums of Zoroastrianism would recruit a batch of disciples every 3 years. This year, it was the Black Turtle Sanctum's turn to entertain those who came to participate in the assessment. Naturally, it was only a reception. After all the participants of the assessment had gathered in the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird Sanctum would also send people to participate in the assessment with the Black Turtle Sanctum. Then, they would bring the people they selected back to their respective sanctums for assessment. As long as they passed the assessment, they would be able to become a disciple of their respective sanctum. If they failed, they would be eliminated. For this reason, all the people who wanted to become a disciple of Zoroastrianism had come to the Black Turtle Sanctum. So many people! When Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions arrived at the Black Turtle Sanctum, they saw a huge crowd. There were at least a few thousand people there. They were inconspicuous among the thousands of people. Although they were inconspicuous, there were still people who noticed them. It seems like the 3 of you country bumpkins won't give up until all hope is gone. I hope all of you can work hard and pass the assessment of the Four Symbols Sanctums. At that time, all of you are barely qualified to become my playthings. At that time, I'll play with all of you until you're dead. Yang Wu brought the old man with him and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions again. He looked at the 3 of them mockingly. His tone was still condescending and arrogant. When he reached the end of his sentence, killing intent flashed in his eyes. It was as though he was going to devour them. Gu Li's expression darkened immediately. Zhu Luqi's eyes turned cold as well. Idiot! Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Wu indifferently as he spat out 2 words at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. His words were unbridled. When Gu Li and Zhu Luqi heard Duan Lingtian calling them idiots, they felt elated. However, at the same time, they could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian's safety. The 2 of them immediately moved closer to Duan Lingtian as they looked at the old man behind Yang Wu with fear in their eyes. As expected, the moment Duan Lingtian finished speaking, The old man's expression darkened. His gaze was as sharp as a knife and was extremely sharp. You dare call me an idiot? At the same time, Yang Wu, who was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words, finally regained his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. In his entire life, this was the first time someone had dared to call him an idiot in front of him. You're courting death. Finally, after a moment of shock, Yang Wu was completely enraged. As killing intent flashed in his eyes, he charged toward Duan Lingtian like a gust of wind. The old man behind Yang Wu immediately locked his qi on Gu Li and Zhu Luqi to prevent them from making a move. As for Duan Lingtian, he did not think he would be a match for his young master since he looked so young. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to make a move when he saw Yang Wu's attack, a voice suddenly rang out. "How dare you!" A thunderous voice overpowered the clamor in the sky above the Black Turtle Sanctum, causing the scene to fall silent. Chapter 1893. Boom. Although the force that exploded between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu was terrifying, it was extremely gentle. At the very least, it was gentle to Duan Lingtian who had yet to make his move. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was only pushed back a few steps. He was not injured at all. On the other hand, since Yang Wu had attacked Duan Lingtian out of anger, a vast energy swept out. When it collided with the energy, he suffered a great backlash and was sent flying far away. Barf! As he was sent flying, Yang Wu's internal organs trembled, and he threw up a mouthful of blood. Blood splattered across the sky like red roses that were almost black in color. Second young master. The old man who was originally following behind Yang Wu no longer cared about Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. He immediately flew out to help Yang Wu stabilize his body. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, a tall and old figure appeared in the distance. It was an old man dressed in a white robe embroidered with a flaming black tortoise. His body was sturdy and tall. As he stood there, he looked like a majestic iron tower. It's a silver flame elder. At the same time, many people gasped and exclaimed softly. The sturdy old man's white robe was embroidered with a flaming black tortoise pattern. The color of the flaming black tortoise was silver. It was extremely eye-catching. This was the symbol of a silver flame elder in Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, the elders were divided into 3 ranks. They were bronze flame elder, silver flame elder, and golden flame elder. Among them, the golden flame elder had the highest position. He was one of the top high-ranking officials in Zoroastrianism. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, only the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum was a golden flame elder. Based on this, one could see how rare a golden flame elder was. This also showed how high a golden flame elder's position was in Zoroastrianism. Below the golden flame elder was the silver flame elder. There were a total of 5 silver flame elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum. All of them were top-tier powerhouses in the Black Turtle Sanctum. All of them were at the Saint Celestial stage. Their names were even in the top 300 of the Supreme Saint ranking. In Zoroastrianism, one only needed to fulfill 2 conditions to become a silver flame elder. First, they must be loyal to Zoroastrianism. Secondly, he had to be ranked within the top 300 of the Supreme Saint ranking. The most important thing was the latter condition. This showed how powerful the Silver Flame Elder was. Based on this Silver Flame Elder's tall and muscular body, if I'm not mistaken, he must be Elder Tingshan from the Black Turtle Sanctum. In the crowd, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar said with a serious expression, "Elder Tingshan?" Many people could not help but exclaim, Elder Tingshan is ranked 173rd on the Supreme Saint ranking. His strength is ranked in the top 3 among the 5 Silver Flame Elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum. I didn't expect Elder Tingshan to personally come out. It seems like these 2 people are going to be in trouble. Elder Tingshan's temper is notorious for being hot-tempered. They actually dare to fight in the Black Turtle Sanctum. They're asking for trouble. Amidst the discussions, many people looked at Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu with pity in their eyes. That person seems familiar. Isn't he the second son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder? Soon after, someone recognized Yang Wu, the second son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder. Many people instantly shifted their attention to Yang Wu. Some of them had seen Yang Wu before and immediately recognized him. As expected, it's him, the second son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Yang Wu. It's said that the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Yang Chong, and the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Lian, are best friends. Elder Lian is a Silver Flame elder who's even more powerful than Elder Tingshan. It seems like the person who went against Yang Wu is going to be in trouble today. More and more people looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Naturally, Duan Lingtian also heard the whispers in the surroundings. His heart skipped a beat as a frown appeared on his face. Gu Li and Zhu Luqi's expressions changed drastically. In their opinion, Elder Tingshan and Elder Lian were both Silver Flame elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, Elder Tingshan was more powerful than Elder Tingshan, so he would definitely give Elder Lian some face. Moreover, Lian and Yang Wu's father were best friends. Elder Tingshan would most likely side with Yang Wu. How dare you fight in the Black Turtle Sanctum? Everyone, including Yang Wu, thought Tingshan, the Silver Flame elder, would side with Yang Wu. However, Tingshan glared at Yang Wu and shouted angrily. Accompanying his voice was an awe-inspiring sound wave. With a vast presence, it enveloped Yang Wu's body, causing his injuries to worsen. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. A hint of fear could be seen in Yang Wu's eyes. Tingshan did not give Elder Lian any face at all? Or perhaps, he did not hear the whispers in the surroundings and did not know Yang Wu's identity? At the same time, the entire place was in an uproar. Nobody present on the scene expected Tingshan to make a move on Yang Wu. This was beyond their imagination. What's going on? Elder Tingshan actually made a move to punish Yang Wu? Doesn't he know Yang Wu's identity? Elder Tingshan must have not heard our conversation and doesn't know Yang Wu's identity. Otherwise, even if he doesn't give Yang Wu's father face, he would still give Elder Lian face. I think so too. The crowd discussed among themselves and reached a consensus. Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, and Zhu Luqi had similar thoughts as well. Elder Tingshan, this is my sect's second young master, Yang Wu. He's the second son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. The old man next to Yang Wu had the same thought as the people present on the scene. He thought Tingshan did not know Yang Wu's identity. Therefore, he reminded Elder Tingshan, Elder Lian from your sect is a close friend of our fifth elder. I'm sure you've heard of him before, Elder Tingshan. When the old man reached the end of his sentence, he intentionally added. He was afraid Tingshan did not know about the relationship between his fifth elder and Elder Lian from the Black Turtle Sanctum. So what? However, to everyone's surprise, Tingshan's expression remained unchanged when he heard the old man's reminder. He said nonchalantly, everyone has to abide by the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules. Let alone the son of Elder Lian's old friend, even if it's Elder Lian's biological son who commits a crime in the Black Turtle Sanctum, I won't show any mercy. I believe even if Elder Lian is present, he'll agree with me. Tingshan's selflessness shocked many people. Elder Tingshan is not bad. Gu Li sighed in relief as he said softly. Zhu Luqi nodded. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tingshan. The dread in his eyes was no longer there, and it was replaced with admiration. Put everything else aside, Elder Tingshan's selflessness had already earned his respect. Elder Tingshan is right. At this moment, another old voice resonated in the air and attracted everyone's attention. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a skinny old man appeared. This old man was wearing the same robe as Tingshan. It was obvious he was also a Silver Flame elder. Uncle Lian. Yang Wu's eyes lit up when he saw the person who had just arrived. Everyone present on the scene immediately realized who he was. This Silver Flame elder was none other than Lian, the Silver Flame elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism. He was also the most powerful Silver Flame elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum. From the moment he appeared, Lian's expression was calm. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. Even when he heard Yang Wu's greeting, He merely glanced at Yang Wu indifferently and nodded before ignoring him. Upon seeing this, Yang Wu could not help but frown. In the past, his Uncle Lian had never treated him so coldly. "Little Wu, don't worry. Uncle Lian will definitely satisfy you." Just as Yang Wu was feeling a little unhappy, a voice rang in his ears. He could tell that it was his Uncle Lian's voice. The gloominess in his heart instantly disappeared and was replaced with excitement. In the end, his Uncle Lian was on his side. "Elder Tengshan, as the saying goes, it takes two to clap. You've already punished Yang Wu. Isn't it time for the other person to be punished as well?" Lian asked as he looked at Tengshan under everyone's watchful eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Li An's cold gaze that was filled with killing intent entered Duan Lingtian's eyes. It made him feel as though he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. "This Lian actually wants to kill me?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized how naive he was. To think he thought Lian was as selfless as Tengshan when he heard Li An's words. However, based on the current situation, it was obvious Lian was not like Tengshan. Elder Lian Yang Wu was the only one who made a move. Tengshan frowned. He did not make a move on Duan Lingtian as Lian had said. Apart from obstructing Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu, the energy he had cast to appear between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu was also used to prove who was the culprit. Whoever exerted their strength would be injured by his power. Earlier, only Yang Wu was injured, and Duan Lingtian was not injured. This meant Yang Wu was the only one who had disregarded the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules. Due to this reason, he did not plan to punish Duan Lingtian. "Elder Tengshan, I've said it before. It takes two to clap. Since you're not going to make a move, leave it to me." Upon hearing Tengshan's words, Li An's expression turned grave immediately. He raised his hand and struck his palm in the air at Duan Lingtian. Boom! Instantly, the void trembled as a vast and terrifying energy tore through the air and swept toward Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was about to suffocate. The energy that surged toward him was extremely terrifying. It had completely locked him in place, causing him to be unable to move at all. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, and a look of unwillingness appeared on his face. Chapter 1894. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. No matter who it was, they never imagined that Lian would use a killing move as soon as he attacked, intending to kill Duan Lingtian. Elder Lian. Even Tengshan did not expect Lian to be so ruthless. Horror dawned on him, and he immediately moved to stop Lian. However, his strength was weaker than Li An's to begin with. Moreover, Lian had made the first move. For this reason, although he managed to save Duan Lingtian in time, he only managed to block half of Li An's force. The remaining half of the force still landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! Although the force had been reduced by half, it was still fatal to Duan Lingtian. When the force landed on Duan Lingtian's body, Duan Lingtian instantly felt a heart-wrenching pain. After the pain subsided, he almost fainted. "No, I can't faint. I can't faint." Duan Lingtian tried his best to maintain his consciousness until he was almost numb from the heart-wrenching pain all over his body. Only then did he forcefully endure it. After regaining his consciousness, Duan Lingtian knew he had made it. After circulating the Sun True Origin in his body to heal some of his injuries, Duan Lingtian finally caught his breath. At the same time, he looked at Tengshan and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving my life, Elder Tengshan. He's not dead." When they saw Duan Lingtian had made it through, both Lian who attacked Duan Lingtian and Tengshan who saved Duan Lingtian in time were shocked. "How's this possible?" Li An's face was filled with disbelief. He knew very well the strength of his attack. Even if Tengshan had blocked half of his force, the remaining half of his force should have been enough to kill a human martial, Dao, or devil cultivator below the Saint Celestial stage who was targeted by his aura. However, the purple-clad young man in front of him was still alive. He found this hard to believe. Both Lian and Tengshan were in disbelief. Although he had successfully blocked half of Li An's attack, it was still enough to kill any martial, Dao, or devil cultivator below the saint celestial stage who had not undergone the celestial tempering. Could it be that he's not human? Lian and Tingshan immediately extended their divine senses and probed Duan Lingtian from head to toe. They wanted to confirm whether Duan Lingtian was a human or not. This was because it was practically impossible for a human below the saint celestial stage to survive after taking that attack head-on. However, the result of the divine sense investigation showed that Duan Lingtian was indeed a human. He is indeed a human, but why is his body so strong? Soon, the results of the investigation were out. Duan Lingtian was a pure human. However, at the same time, they discovered Duan Lingtian's body was insanely strong. It was comparable to the body of an ordinary divine saint stage wild beast and the body of a divine saint stage saint beast. In their eyes, this was a very inconceivable thing. However, the truth was right before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. For a time, they could only attribute this to Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter in the past. Otherwise, it was impossible for his body to be so strong. If my body was slightly weaker, I would have definitely died from that attack. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized this. Yes, the reason why he was able to survive was mostly due to his strong body. At that moment, not only was his body immobilized, but he could not even circulate the Sun true origin in his body. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to transform into a dragon warrior. Although Duan Lingtian did not die, his injuries were not light. At the very least, his injuries were much more severe than Yang Yong's. Elder Lian's attack earlier was too ruthless. If Elder Tingshan did not make a move, this young man would have died. That's right. Based on his injuries, we can see how terrifying Elder Lian's attack was. In the end, even when Elder Tingshan made a move to stop him, the remaining force from the attack almost killed him. Elder Lian is siding with Yang Wu after all. However, it's normal when you think about it. After all, Yang Wu is his best friend's son. The people present on the scene regained their senses one after another, causing a commotion in the sky above the Black Turtle Sanctum. Many people looked at Lian with dread in their eyes. When Lian first appeared, he was magnanimous and gave off a sense of selflessness. However, Lian's subsequent actions made them realize not every Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum was like Tingshan. I almost died. I have no enmity with Lian, but he wants to kill me just because of a conflict between me and Yang Wu? Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at Lian in the distance. His eyes were burning with rage. Noticing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Lian merely glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently before he no longer looked at him, let alone pay attention to him. Although Duan Lingtian's body was much stronger than ordinary people, in Lian's eyes, Duan Lingtian was still an ant that he could easily trample on. If Tingshan did not make a move earlier, Duan Lingtian would have been killed by him. Lian, faced with Lian who ignored him, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel enraged when he recalled how close he was to death earlier. He hated Lian to the core. If he was stronger than Lian, he would kill Lian immediately even if he had to risk offending the Zoroastrianism and being hunted down by the Zoroastrianism. However, even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword and attacked with all his might, it was still impossible for him to kill Lian. For this reason, he could only endure it. The reason he endured it today was so that he would have a better chance of taking revenge tomorrow. Junior brother Lington, are you all right? At this moment, Gu Li, who had regained his senses, looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. He did not expect Lian to be so shameless as to kill Duan Lingtian, who had not officially joined the Zoroastrianism. Zhu Luqi looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Although he did not say anything, his eyes were filled with concern. Elder Lian, even if he's at fault, he doesn't deserve to die, right? Teng Shan asked coldly as he looked at Lian with a gloomy expression on his face. I know he doesn't deserve to die. I merely made a mistake earlier. It was not intentional. Moreover, he's still alive, right? Lian said nonchalantly. His expression did not change when he faced the overbearing Teng Shan. Teng Shan was at a loss for words when he heard Lian's shameless words. The others present on the scene were speechless as well. They did not expect Lian to lie so confidently. Made a mistake? He's still alive? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened again. He did not expect Lian to be so shameless. It was obvious Lian wanted to kill him, but he did not dare to admit it. Since the two of you have already accepted your punishment, then today's matter will come to an end. Lian glanced at Duan Lingtian before he turned to look at Yang Wu, who was frowning when he heard Li An's words. In the next moment, he reminded Yang Wu through voice transmission. Yang Wu's frown disappeared when he heard Li An's reminder. He immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with killing intent in his eyes. Elder Tingshan, you don't have any objections, right? Lian asked as he looked at Tingshan. Tingshan shook his head. How could he have any objections at this point? Furthermore, he had already punished those who needed to be punished. Elder Lian. When Tingshan shook his head, Yang Wu immediately looked at Lian and said solemnly, Today, I'd like to challenge a person to a death duel. I hope Elder Lian can be the witness of this death duel between me and him. Death duel? The people present on the scene instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian when they heard Yang Wu's words. Then they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu. They saw Yang Wu, who had almost recovered from his injuries, and Duan Lingtian, who was severely injured and had a face as pale as a sheet. Yang Wu is really shameless. Many people immediately cursed in a low voice. The cursing was one-sided. At this moment, Yang Wu wanted to initiate a death duel and even asked Lian to be the witness. They did not have to think to be able to guess that Yang Wu's target was surely Duan Lingtian, who was injured to the point of being on the verge of death by Lian. Shameless. He's too shameless. Does Yang Wu want to have an unfair advantage? Don't be hasty. This matter isn't set in stone yet. Even if Yang Wu issues a death duel, he still needs the other party to agree. If he doesn't agree, at least in the Black Turtle Sanctum, whether it's Yang Wu or Lian, no one can touch this young man. The people present on the scene discussed among themselves. None of them felt Duan Lingtian would agree to Yang Wu's death duel. In their opinion, if Duan Lingtian was not at his peak, he would not be a match for Yang Wu. Now that he was severely injured, unless he was seeking death, he would definitely not agree to Yang Wu's death duel. You want me to be the witness? Of course. Lian agreed readily and asked, Who do you want to issue a death duel with? As soon as Lian asked this question, Yang Wu immediately shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. Do you dare to have a death duel with me? Although the people present on the scene had long guessed that Yang Wu would challenge Duan Lingtian to a death duel, when they saw Yang Wu challenging Duan Lingtian to a death duel and calling Duan Lingtian trash in an attempt to infuriate him, they were stunned. They couldn't help but curse, shameless. Yang Wu is too shameless. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Naturally, there were people who cursed as well. Gu Li was one of them. Junior brother Lingtian, just ignore him. An idiot like him only dares to issue a death duel with you when you're injured. Gu Li reminded Duan Lingtian. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would agree to it. Recuperate well. You don't even have to fully recover. You just need to recover a little more. At that time, killing him will be as easy as killing a chicken. Zhu Luqi chimed in as well. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Wu through the slits. He asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Chapter 1895. That's right. Yang Wu nodded proudly. The gaze he used to look at Duan Lingtian was still condescending, like a superior looking down on a subordinate. Naturally, you can reject it as well. After all, you and your two companions are trash. Yang Wu smiled disdainfully as he looked at Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. Gu Li and Zhu Luqi's expressions changed immediately. However, they knew Yang Wu was intentionally provoking Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, they did not flare up. They were afraid if they were to flare up, it would only make Duan Lingtian even angrier. If Duan Lingtian was not severely injured, naturally, they would not doubt that Duan Lingtian would be able to kill Yang Wu. However, although Duan Lingtian was no longer on the verge of death, based on his condition, it was obvious he was still on the verge of death. Even Gu Li felt he could defeat Duan Lingtian now. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was facing Yang Wu, who was even stronger than Gu Li. Death duel. Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with death duels. Moreover, if he did not carefully recall all the death duels he had experienced, he would not be able to remember them. However, based on the fact that Duan Lingtian was still standing here, it could be seen that Duan Lingtian's death was inevitable. Without exception, all of his opponents had died in the death duels. Today, Yang Wu, the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, a first-rate sect in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, had challenged him to a death duel in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Lin, was the witness. As expected, you're trash. If you don't dare to accept the duel, just stand there. Why are you hesitating? Yang Wu continued to look at Duan Lingtian condescendingly as he said arrogantly, "Do you think your hesitation will change your cowardice? Coward? Do you think I'll reject a duel when faced with someone who's not even comparable to trash?" Duan Lingtian finally spoke. Something worse than trash? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the hearts of everyone present trembled. Judging from Duan Lingtian's words, did he intend to accept Yang Wu's challenge? Crazy. Immediately, many people sucked in a cold breath, thinking that Duan Lingtian had gone mad. Could it be that his strength is so strong that he can still defeat Yang Wu even with such serious injuries? There were also some who were quite powerful. Out of curiosity, they extended their divine senses to check Duan Lingtian's cultivation. However, their expressions changed in the next moment. The peak of the eminent saint stage? How is this possible? I also detected that his cultivation base is at the peak of the great sage stage. Oh my God! Is he courting death? A heavily injured powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage actually accepted a death duel challenge from a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator who's in his prime. What's he thinking? Had his head been kicked by a donkey? You're seeking death. When Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was exposed, the entire place was in an uproar again. Naturally, there were also a few people who remained calm. It was as though they already knew Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Apart from Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, there were also Yang Wu, Lian, and Ting Shan among these people. There was no need for Gu Li and Zhu Luqi since they were Duan Lingtian's companions. As for Yang Wu, he would listen to Lian. When Lian and Ting Shan used their divine senses to check if Duan Lingtian was human, they had already discovered Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. Due to this reason, Lian had asked Yang Wu to humiliate Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. As long as Duan Lingtian accepted Yang Wu's death duel challenge, today's matter would be considered complete. At least, it would be considered complete for Lian. In this way, he would be able to explain himself to his best friend in the future. Due to Lian's manipulation, the scene before their eyes had unfolded. Junior brother Ling Tian. Duan Lingtian. Gu Li and Zhu Luqi's expressions changed immediately. They looked at Duan Lingtian in a panic. Just as they were about to persuade him, Duan Lingtian blocked them. Don't worry, I'm confident. Senior brother Gu Li, it's not like you haven't seen me in a death duel before. Previously, when I was still in the mystical sky mansion, didn't Zhao Kun from the Zhao clan die in my hands? At that time, how many people thought I'd win? Duan Lingtian's words were filled with confidence. But now Gu Li was just about to say that Duan Lingtian was injured and could not be compared to when he was at his peak when he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. It's enough to kill Yang Wu. In the end, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi chose to believe in Duan Lingtian. Naturally, this was their only choice. They could see that Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind. It was a decision that could not be changed. Elder Tingshan, I hope you can be a witness to the death duel between Yang Wu and me. Otherwise, I'm afraid a certain old dog won't be able to stop himself from interfering when he sees I'm about to kill someone who's even worse than trash. Just when most of the people thought Duan Lingtian had gone mad, he looked at Tingshan and said, "You're right." The entire place fell silent immediately. A certain old dog? Someone who's even worse than trash? At once, many strange gazes landed on Lian and Yang Wu one after another. Many people even secretly gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. It was fine if he scolded Yang Wu, but Duan Lingtian even scolded Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. Apart from being shocked, they could also see Duan Lingtian was acting so recklessly because he had nothing left to lose. Li An's eyes were cold. Although he knew Duan Lingtian was scolding him, it was not appropriate for him to lose his temper since Duan Lingtian had not mentioned his name. Otherwise, would he not be admitting that he was an old dog? "I'll definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces." Yang Wu glared at Duan Lingtian coldly. His eyes were as sharp as blades as though he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces. "Have you made up your mind?" Teng Shan asked in a deep voice. He did not think the purple-clad young man before him was a match for Yang Wu. Even if the purple-clad young man was not injured, he was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage. However, Yang Wu was a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator. Duan Lingtian nodded. "I hope Elder Tingshan can be a witness and ensure that this death duel is absolutely fair. You don't have to worry about that. No third party can interfere in a one-on-one death duel in the Black Turtle Sanctum unless he wants to go against the entire Black Turtle Sanctum, the 4 Symbols Sanctums, and even the entire Zoroastrianism." Teng Shan glanced at Lian as he spoke. He was still brooding over the fact that Lian had doubted his judgment and attacked Duan Lingtian. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, nobody was allowed to create trouble. Otherwise, they would be punished. Just like Yang Wu. However, if it was a public one-on-one death duel, it would be protected by the Black Turtle Sanctum. Due to this reason, Teng Shan acted this way. "What's your name?" Teng Shan asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian before the death duel began. Although he did not have high hopes for this young man, he had a good impression of this young man due to his courage and how he had indirectly called Li an old dog. If it was possible, he really did not want this young man to throw his life away. However, now that things had come to this, it was no longer something he could control. "Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. "Good name." Teng Shan's eyes lit up as he praised. Although news of the Devil Seal Tablet's appearance had spread from the lower province to the upper province, many people knew that the Devil Seal Tablet was in the possession of a lower province martial cultivator called Duan Lingtian. They were not unfamiliar with the name Duan Lingtian. However, the Dao Martial Saint Land was so big that it was normal for people with the same name to appear. For this reason, when Duan Lingtian revealed his real name, it did not cause any commotion. Moreover, even if people found out that Duan Lingtian was the one who had obtained the Devil Seal Tablet, nobody would do anything to him. This was because everyone knew the Devil Seal Tablet was in the hands of Elder Xiezong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Long before he came to the Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian had used the disguising secret tactic to change his appearance. Although he did not change much, he looked like a different person. At the very least, even his closest relatives would not be able to recognize him as Duan Lingtian with just a glance. Of course, he only changed his appearance a little. He didn't change his name. Due to this reason, when Teng Shan asked for his name, he directly revealed his real name. "I've seen many lunatics in my life, but this is my first time seeing such a lunatic." That's right. This Duan Lingtian is a lunatic among lunatics. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he's going to die in the death duel with Yang Wu. Even then, he still dares to ask Elder Teng Shan to be his witness. Perhaps he thinks he's not inferior to Yang Wu in terms of imposing manner. The people present on the scene whispered among themselves as they discussed among themselves. Even though Duan Lingtian had asked Teng Shan to be his witness and revealed his confidence, nobody thought he would be able to kill Yang Wu. Lian and Yang Wu thought so as well. Even if a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage was at his peak, it was impossible for him to be a match for a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator even if he was heavily injured. Trash is trash. Even at this moment, you're still trying to be mysterious. Zhao Wu sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian in disdain. "Make your move." However, faced with Zhao Wu's disdain, Duan Lingtian did not waste his breath on him. Instead, he stared at him calmly and said indifferently, "Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish." When Zhao Wu saw Duan Lingtian was still so calm and did not reveal the fear he had imagined, he was instantly enraged. After he shouted, his body moved and shot toward Duan Lingtian like an arrow that was released from a bow. A mere powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage dares to accept my second young master's death duel. You're seeking death. The old man who had been following Zhao Wu since the beginning stood at the side and watched the battle. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. Junior brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1896. Trash. If there's an afterlife, remember that when you meet someone like me, you'd better avoid me. Otherwise, no matter how many lives you have, you're doomed to die young. Yang Wu ran like the wind. In the blink of an eye, he was near Duan Lingtian. A disdainful voice was transmitted over, and accompanying it was a 3-foot-long sword that emitted an oppressive cold aura. The 3-foot-long sword broke through the air and turned into a 7-foot-long sword light. It was so cold and threatening that it seemed to be able to pierce through everything. It swept toward Duan Lingtian. 100 Inscriptions Sacred Sword. Sensing the fierce aura of the 3-foot-long sword in Yang Wu's hand and seeing the power it displayed, many people immediately recognized that it was 100 Inscriptions sacred weapon. If it wasn't 100 Inscriptions sacred weapon, it couldn't be so powerful. At the same time, with Yang Wu as the center, the void shook and then condensed into a territory. Inside the territory, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel a wave of gravitational force shrouding him. The pressure caused his injuries that were already very serious to worsen. His face turned green and white as he spat out a large mouthful of blood with a barf sound. Obviously, Yang Wu's territory was the gravity territory. Junior brother Lingtian. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had spat out blood and his face was getting paler and paler, Gu Li's face changed greatly. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, but there was nothing he could do. He was so anxious that his teeth were about to be crushed. Zhu Luqi's face also changed greatly, and he looked worried. Die! Yang Wu suddenly shouted. His body shook, and he entered the gravity territory like lightning. It was as if he was walking on flat ground, and he wasn't affected at all. This was his own territory, so it naturally wouldn't affect him. In the blink of an eye, under everyone's gaze, Yang Wu walked in the territory alone with a sword. He was like a sword god, and when the sword god was angry, blood would splash for thousands of miles. He was going to kill Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian is going to be killed. The gap is too big. They're not at the same level at all. Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads and sighed. It was as if they could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Yu. Bastard, how dare you insult me? Consider yourself lucky. If I were to make a move myself, I'd definitely make you die a graveless death. Lian looked at Duan Lingtian, who was about to die under Yang Wu's sword. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he sneered. Just now, Duan Lingtian had called him an old dog in a roundabout way, which had completely infuriated him. If Duan Lingtian hadn't cursed at him in a roundabout way and had directly cursed him, he would have struck out like a thunderbolt and killed Duan Lingtian. However, even though Duan Lingtian was scolding him in a roundabout way, the anger in his heart did not diminish. Now that he saw that Duan Lingtian was going to die under Yang Wu's sword, he naturally felt very relieved. Teng Shan sighed. A hint of pity could be seen in his eyes. Even he did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Yang Wu. At that moment, he was prepared to turn his head away. He did not want to see Duan Lingtian's blood splattering everywhere. However, just as he was about to turn his head away, the situation changed drastically. How's this possible? Teng Shan's eyes narrowed as he looked in the direction of Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Impossible. Just as Teng Shan's eyes narrowed, Li An's expression changed drastically as well. Disbelief could be seen in his eyes. He could not believe what was happening before his eyes was real. Under the gaze of Teng Shan and Lian, a whirlpool quickly appeared with Duan Lingtian's body as the center. The whirlpool spun, and the energy in the surroundings was almost materialized as it was absorbed into his body. During this process, Yang Wu's gravitational territory collapsed immediately. However, the collapse of the gravitational territory did not affect the sword in Yang Wu's hand. Although Yang Wu was shocked by the scene before him, he continued to exert his strength. The 100 inscriptions Saint's sword in his hand whistled as it slashed toward Duan Lingtian's neck. It was obvious he wanted to cut off Duan Lingtian's head. At this moment, Yang Wu only saw a flash in front of his eyes. It was accompanied by a deafening sound of wind whistling that caused his eardrums to tremble slightly. Clang. In the next instant, a loud sound of metal colliding rang in the air. It broke Yang Wu's eardrums, causing blood to spurt out of his ears. However, before Yang Wu had time to care about his ears, he felt a violent vibration coming from the 100 inscriptions Saint's sword in his hand. It was as though his sword had struck an indestructible object. Not only did the force of the shockwave rupture Yang Wu's perlicue, it even transmitted into Yang Wu's body, causing his internal organs to tremble and severely injuring him. Barf! Yang Wu's body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. While he was feeling dizzy, he glanced at the place where the 100 inscriptions Saint's sword in his hand had landed. Over there was a ferocious claw lying horizontally. It was this claw that had blocked the 100 inscriptions Saint's sword in his hand. Initially, he thought it was a saint beast or savage beast that had helped Duan Lingtian. However, when he looked up, he discovered the claw that looked no different from a dragon's claw was on Duan Lingtian's hand. Before Yang Wu could take a closer look at the dragon's claw on Duan Lingtian's hand, the dragon's claw disappeared before his eyes and was replaced by a human's hand. At the same time, the hand shot out at lightning speed and grabbed Yang Wu's throat. A vast and boundless energy suppressed Yang Wu's strength as it lifted him up by the neck. Cough. With the energy in Yang Wu's body suppressed, he could not fly. His face turned red as he was lifted up by the neck. He could not breathe and was on the verge of suffocating. It seems like I'm not the one who's going to die. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. It was Duan Lingtian who had lifted Yang Wu up by the neck. Duan Lingtian stared coldly at the red-faced Yang Wu. There was no emotion in his eyes at all. Earlier, when the 100 inscriptions Saint sword in Yang Wu's hand was about to land on Duan Lingtian and kill him, Duan Lingtian made a move in time. He immediately cast the high-grade divine ability, the Devouring Technique. With the divine ability, the Devouring Technique, even if he could not use the Sun True Origin to his heart's content due to his severe injuries, he could still increase his Sun True Origin. Although it was impossible for him to increase his Sun True Origin to his peak, it was not difficult for him to increase his Sun True Origin to the point where he could deal with Yang Wu. At the same time, he also dragonized his right hand. Currently, he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior at will. Naturally, it was easy for him to transform his hand into a dragon claw. With the help of the dragon claw and the Sun True Origin that had been raised by the Devouring Technique, Duan Lingtian easily blocked the 100 inscriptions Saint weapon in Yang Wu's hand. From the beginning until the end, he did not feel any pressure at all. Although the 100 inscriptions Saint weapon was powerful, the problem was Yang Wu was not powerful. A mere mastery divine Saint stage martial cultivator wielding the 100 inscriptions Saint weapon was not a threat to Duan Lingtian at all. Duan Lingtian's claw had not only blocked the 100 inscriptions Saint sword in Yang Wu's hand, but it had also severely injured Yang Wu. Due to this reason, the following scene happened. This, unbelievable. Unbelievable. How's this possible? Wasn't he injured by Elder Lian? How's it possible for him to unleash such powerful strength? Isn't he a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage? Let's not talk about an injured martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Even if he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage at his peak, would he have such strength? The onlookers were stunned for a moment before they regained their senses one after another. Shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces. Many of them felt as though their minds had stopped working. Who could tell them what was going on? How could a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage be able to unleash such powerful strength when he was severely injured? How could he counterattack a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator and directly control his opponent's life? They could see that if Duan Lingtian wanted to, he could take Yang Wu's life at any time. Junior brother Lingtian. Unlike the others who were in shock and disbelief, Gu Li's eyes brightened when he saw the scene before him. At the same time, he sighed in relief. Zhu Luqi was stunned for a long time before he spat out these two words. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier had also shocked him. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian would still be so powerful even after he was severely injured. He managed to turn the tables and defeat Yang Wu, a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator, in just a few moves. Not only that, but Yang Wu's life was in his hands as well. Let go of second young master. At the same time, the old man who had been following behind Yang Wu could no longer hold himself back when he saw Duan Lingtian strangling Yang Wu with a pained expression on his face. The old man shouted as he charged toward Duan Lingtian like a gust of wind in an attempt to save his second young master. However, as soon as the old man made his move, a thunderous snort reverberated in the air. Bang! Along with it was a vast and terrifying power that sent the old man flying. If you continue to be so presumptuous, you'll definitely die, Teng Shan said coldly as he glared at the old man who was sent flying. The old man was so frightened that his body trembled as his face turned pale. The old man took a deep breath as he looked at Lian, who was standing next to Teng Shan. Elder Lian, you're a good friend of our fifth elder. You must save the second young master. The fifth elder only has 2 sons, and he loves the second young master dearly. If anything happens to the second young master, he won't be able to accept it. When the old man realized it was impossible for him to save his young master, he immediately shifted his attention to Lian. Upon hearing the voice transmission, Li An's originally grave expression turned even graver. Ask him to save him? How? Everyone present on the scene had witnessed Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu having a fair death duel. If he was thick-skinned enough to make a move, he would indeed be able to save Yang Wu. Chapter 1897. Lian knew this very well. If he interfered in the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu, he would definitely be expelled from Zoroastrianism. Would he leave Zoroastrianism for Yang Wu? Of course not. Let alone his friend's son, even if it was for his own son, he would not do anything that would offend Zoroastrianism. Once he offended it, he would be expelled from Zoroastrianism. Publicly interfering in a death duel and ruining the reputation of Zoroastrianism was one of the biggest taboos of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian. Although Lian did not dare to interfere in the death duel, he still dared to threaten Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Let him go. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Lian threatened Duan Lingtian in an almost commanding tone, forcing Duan Lingtian to let Yang Wu go. Regret it? Upon hearing Li An's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Lian calmly. In the next moment, a sneer appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he said loudly, Elder Lian, if I'm not mistaken, Yang Wu and I have a death duel. What do you mean by asking me to let Yang Wu go through voice transmission? If we don't let him go, we'll regret it. How do you want me to regret it, Elder Lian? In the end, Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Lian and asked without the slightest scruple. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Several gazes landed on Li An's figure. There were looks of disdain, disgust, and anger. At this moment, Lian had become everyone's target. All of this was due to his threat to Duan Lingtian. Is he really the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder of Zoroastrianism? How dare you interfere in a death match like this? You're a disgrace to the Black Turtle Sanctum and Zoroastrianism. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, I wouldn't have known that the silver flame elder of Zoroastrianism had such a side to him. How disgusting! After a while, quite a few courageous people began to curse. They all expressed their dissatisfaction with their words. Lian had incurred the wrath of the masses. Elder Lian, isn't this a little inappropriate? Teng Shan looked at Lian and frowned as he asked in a deep voice. Elder Teng Shan, he is just slandering us. How can you believe that? Not to be outdone, Lian replied. At the same time, Lian looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, Duan Lingtian, do you know what the punishment for slandering an elder of Zoroastrianism is? If you don't want to die, you better shut your mouth obediently. When Lian finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour Duan Lingtian. The reason he did this was to scare Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would reply to his words through voice transmission. This feeling was no different from having his last layer of cloth removed. Duan Lingtian, if you don't want to die, you better shut your mouth obediently. At the same time, Lian did not forget to threaten Duan Lingtian again through voice transmission. Don't think I'm joking. If you don't shut your mouth, you'll definitely die even if you've entered Zoroastrianism. I, Lian, am the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder of Zoroastrianism. To me, killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. Li An's voice turned colder as he threatened Duan Lingtian. However, just when Lian thought Duan Lingtian would give in due to his threat, Duan Lingtian laughed loudly. Then, Duan Lingtian looked at Lian, who had a grave expression on his face, and said, "Elder Lian, you keep saying that I'm slandering you. Why don't we swear on the lightning penalty oath to see who's telling the truth?" Lightning penalty oath. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Li An's expression turned grave immediately. Everyone present on the scene shifted their attention to Lian in unison. They wanted to see if Lian dared to swear on the lightning penalty oath. If he did not, it would mean that he was guilty. Who do you think you are? How dare you swear on the lightning penalty oath with me? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lian glanced at Duan Lingtian disdainfully before he smiled condescendingly. As soon as Lian finished speaking, a series of jeers rang in the air. It was obvious that they were jeering at Lian. Although Li An's words sounded dignified, most of the people present were well aware of the truth. Lian must have come up with such a lousy excuse because he was guilty and did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. After the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian, Lian no longer dared to use voice transmission to threaten Duan Lingtian. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian from afar, his gaze was even colder than before. It was filled with endless hatred. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed Li An's gaze. However, he was not bothered by it at all. This was because he knew very well that when he scolded Lian as an old dog, in a roundabout way, he was already on the opposite side of Lian. There was no turning back. However, he did not regret it at all. Previously, if Teng Shan had not blocked half of Li An's attack for him, he would have been killed by Lian. At that time, Lian did not show any mercy and directly tried to kill him. It was obvious that Lian wanted to kill him. Before that, he had never met Lian. It was also Li An's first time meeting him, and yet, Lian wanted to kill him. How could he not be enraged? Due to this reason, it was also at that time that he regarded Lian as his mortal enemy. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly take Li An's threat to heart? Cough cough. Don't beg you, let me go. Please. Cough cough. At the same time, Yang Wu, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian, began to struggle and beg for mercy from Duan Lingtian when he realized it was impossible for Lian to save him. At this moment, Yang Wu no longer had the arrogance from before. I really didn't expect the outcome to be like this. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it's simply unbelievable. That's right. In the beginning, almost everyone thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die in this death duel. Who would have thought that he actually launched a counterattack in the end? Not only did he easily defeat Zhao Wu, but he even subdued Zhao Wu and held Zhao Wu's life in his hands. This Duan Lingtian is definitely not a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Of course. Based on the strength he's currently displaying, how could he possibly be a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage? He's more like a martial cultivator at the peak of the divine saint stage. Upon hearing Yang Wu begging for mercy from Duan Lingtian, the people present on the scene could not help but sigh when they recalled how arrogant Yang Wu was in front of Duan Lingtian. Second young master. The old man who was severely injured by Teng Shan stood in the distance with a pale face. A hint of helplessness could be seen in his eyes. He was severely injured, so it was impossible for him to save Yang Wu. Moreover, even if he was not injured, he would not be able to save Yang Wu. This was because Teng Shan, who was invited by Duan Lingtian to witness the death duel. It was impossible for Teng Shan to let him save Yang Wu. Spare you? In the face of Yang Wu's begging, Duan Lingtian's expression remained indifferent. I'm very curious. If I fall into your hands and my life is in your hands, will you, Yang Wu, let me go? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Wu's eyes narrowed slightly as his body tensed up. It was as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would see through his thoughts. Even if you don't, I know the answer. Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually turned cold as killing intent shot out. My answer is the same as well. Upon sensing Duan Lingtian's killing intent, Yang Wu struggled violently as he shouted indistinctly. His eyes were filled with terror and despair. Elder Lian, do you have anything else to say to him? You won't have the chance if you're too late. Before killing Yang Wu, Duan Lingtian looked at Lian in a timely manner and asked nonchalantly. Provocation? A blatant provocation. At this moment, everyone present on the scene could clearly sense the thick smell of gunpowder between the two of them. Faced with Duan Lingtian's provocation, Lian felt as though his lungs were about to explode. However, he did not want to lose his temper in front of so many people. After all, his every move represented the Black Turtle Sanctum and the Zoroastrianism. Rest in peace. It won't be long before Uncle Lian sends him on his way to reunite with you. In the end, Lian glanced at Yang Wu and transmitted his voice to him. At this moment his tone was slightly heavy. No matter what, Yang Wu was still his best friend's son. Now that he had died here, he really did not know how to face his best friend the next time he saw him. However, there was nothing he could do at this moment. He could only watch as Yang Wu died. Duan Lingyan, since you've killed him, not only will you have to bear my wrath in the future, but you'll also have to bear the wrath of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. You're dead meat. Lian stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. He had already sentenced Duan Lingtian to death in his heart. A crisp sound resonated in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian exerted force in his hand and killed Yang Wu. Until the moment he was killed, Yang Wu's eyes were still wide open. He did not have any intention of closing them at all. After killing Yang Wu and putting away Yang Wu's 100 inscriptions, Saint Sword and Spatial Ring, Duan Lingtian loosened his grip on Yang Wu's neck and allowed Yang Wu's body to fall from the sky. At the same time, his body trembled violently, and his face turned pale immediately. At this moment, the energy that had been devoured by the high-grade divine ability, the devouring tactic, had finally been depleted. Duan Lingtian did not have much spiritual energy left as well. It was precisely because he had noticed the energy he had devoured using the devouring tactic was quickly draining away that he had decided to kill Yang Wu so quickly. He was worried that the situation would change. He's dead? The son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect died just like that? I wonder how angry the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect would be when he finds out about this. This Yang Wu deserved to die. If he didn't take the initiative to offend someone, no one would have killed him. Chapter 1898. Soon after, everyone's eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian in unison. This purple-clad young man whom they did not think highly of earlier had turned the tables and killed Yang Wu at the Mastery Divine Saint stage in the nick of time. Such an unexpected outcome shocked them so much that they only regained their senses after a long time. In fact, all of them thought the purple-clad young man would die in Yang Wu's hands. This Duan Lingtian must know some secret tactic that can conceal his cultivation base. Someone chimed in. Definitely. The others agreed with his words as well. Although they had never heard of any secret tactic that could conceal one's cultivation base in the Dao Martial Saintland, they could not deny the existence of such a secret tactic. In particular, after witnessing the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed, they were almost 100% certain he had such a secret tactic. What a joke! According to their divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage. However, it was precisely this person whose cultivation base was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage who had shattered the territory of a mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator in just one blow, even though he had yet to recover from his injuries. Moreover, he had even forcefully taken on the 100 inscriptions saint sword that the mastery divine saint stage martial cultivator had activated with all his strength. Moreover, he had subdued his opponent in just a blink of an eye and held his opponent's life in his hands. Was this something a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage could do? Earlier, when Yang Wu made his move, he looked half dead. However, when Yang Wu approached him, he cast an extremely terrifying technique. It seemed as though he had swallowed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. I saw it as well. At that time, a whirlpool appeared in the sky with him as the center. The energy in the surroundings was being sucked into the whirlpool at an extremely fast speed. The center of the whirlpool was none other than Duan Lingtian. It's obvious the energy that was sucked into the whirlpool was controlled by Duan Lingtian in the end. That's why he was able to cast such a powerful force even though he was severely injured. Apart from that, the whirlpool even shattered Yang Wu's territory. Such a terrifying technique, it must be a divine ability. Moreover, it's not an ordinary divine ability. It might even be a high-grade divine ability. The onlookers discussed animatedly. Their gazes fell on Duan Lingtian, filled with shock and horror. In addition, the thing he used to block Yang Wu's 100-pattern sacred sword seems to be a claw-shaped sacred weapon. That saint weapon can withstand the 100 inscriptions saint sword. It's most likely a 100 inscriptions saint weapon. Many people turned their attention to Duan Lingtian's dragon claw. Of course, they did not know that Duan Lingtian had transformed into a dragon warrior. They thought that it was a 100-pattern saint weapon that Duan Lingtian had taken out in a hurry and put away after using it. Dragon warrior? If there was anyone present who could tell that Duan Lingtian had transformed into a dragon warrior, it would be Ting Shan and Lian. As the Silver Flame Elders of the Zoroastrianism sect and ranked in the top 200 on the Supreme Saint ranking, they were not only powerful, but they were also very observant. Although Duan Lingtian had only transformed his hand into a dragon claw for a split second, they could tell that it was a dragon claw. They did not notice how many claws there were on the dragon claw. Of course, it was also because Duan Lingtian had quickly put away his dragon claw that they did not notice it in time. Even so, they were certain that Duan Lingtian had transformed into a dragon claw. They were certain that Duan Lingtian could transform into a dragon warrior. I didn't expect this guy to be a dragon warrior. When Teng Shan saw that Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wu and won the death duel, he was happy for him. At the same time, he was surprised by Duan Lingtian's dragon warrior identity. It seems like he's related to one of the 7-clawed divine dragons. Since Teng Shan did not see the 9 dragon claws on Duan Lingtian's dragon claw, he naturally thought that Duan Lingtian was a 7-clawed dragon warrior. If he knew that Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he would be even more surprised. So what if he's a dragon warrior? Coincidentally, I've never killed a dragon warrior in my life. I can try it out. Li An's gaze turned colder as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He could not hide the killing intent in his eyes. Thank you, Elder Teng Shan, for upholding the fairness of the death duel. After killing Yang Wu, Duan Lingtian turned a blind eye to the people around him. He immediately looked at Teng Shan and cupped his hands together to thank him. There's no need to thank me. As an elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism, this is my duty. Teng Shan shook his head. With this, the farce came to an end. Naturally, it only seemed like it had come to an end. In truth, this farce had only just begun with Yang Wu's death. After killing Yang Wu, Duan Lingtian had offended many people. Firstly, it was the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism, Lian. Secondly, it was the 5th Elder of the Northern Plethora sect, Yang Chong. Although the Northern Plethora sect's Elder was a level lower than the Zoroastrianism's Elder, Yang Chong was the first Elder of the Northern Plethora sect. However, as the 5th Elder of the Northern Plethora sect, Yang Chong's strength was in no way inferior to Lian, who was a Silver Flame Elder of the Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, It would be impossible for them to become good friends. It was precisely because both of their strengths were on par that they became good friends. Moreover, as the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, Yang Chang's influence in the Northern Plethora sect was not something Lian could compare to. In the entire Zoroastrianism, Lian was merely one of the many Silver Flame elders. He was very ordinary. He only had some influence in the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums that was in charge of external affairs in the Zoroastrianism. There were a total of 5 Silver Flame elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum, and he was the strongest. I can't believe I've offended 2 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses so soon after arriving in the Upper Province. Duan Lingtian had already anticipated the consequences of killing Yang Wu even before he killed him. However, he still killed Yang Wu in the end. It was not Duan Lingtian's style to be afraid of the slightest thing. Moreover, he knew very well that even if he did not kill Yang Wu, Lian would not let him go. Killing Yang Wu would only mean he had offended another Saint Celestial stage powerhouse who was similar to Lian. In his opinion, there was no difference between offending 1 or 2 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. The pressure from 2 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses is really great. It's been a long time since I've felt such great pressure. It seems like I'll have to seize the time to raise my strength after joining the Zoroastrianism and becoming a member of the Zoroastrianism. Although Duan Lingtian was fearless, he still felt great pressure when facing 2 Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. Right now, Hua Lao should be done repairing the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As long as the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, not only will I have a better cultivation environment, but I'll also have a place to hide. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he became excited. Currently, the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had only been repaired. Although the cultivation environment in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was not bad, it was still lacking compared to the cultivation environment in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The only advantage was the time flow inside was 5 times slower than outside. 5 days inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. However, once the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired, not only would there be a better cultivation environment, but the time flow would also slow down. According to Hua Lao, the time flow inside the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was 8 times slower than outside. 8 days inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. Just this alone was enough for Duan Lingtian to go all out to search for all kinds of materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Apart from that, there was another important thing that Duan Lingtian was looking forward to the most. According to Hua Lao, once the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired, the space inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would be completely stabilized. No matter how big the commotion outside was, the space inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would not be affected. It would not be like before where he would be thrown out if there was even the slightest movement. If the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, I'll be able to hide even if I encounter an opponent I can't defeat. As long as I hide in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and turn it into a speck of dust, my opponent won't be able to find me. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he became excited again. At that time, he would have a life-saving talisman. Moreover, it was a life-saving talisman that could be used infinitely. More and more people gathered in the Black Turtle Sanctum. When Duan Lingtian returned to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi's side, the others left as well. They did not forget the purpose of their visit today. They wanted to participate in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's assessment, including the Black Turtle Sanctum's assessment. They wanted to enter the Zoroastrianism and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Most of the people who came today were born and raised in the Western region. They believed in Zoroastrianism and dreamed of becoming a member of Zoroastrianism. To them, it was an honor that could not be replaced by anything. It was a supreme honor. Junior brother Ling Tian, the old man who followed Yang Wu, has left with Yang Wu's body. He must have gone back to the Northern Plethora sect to inform them. Gu Li reminded Duan Lingtian as he looked at the old man's silhouette in the distance that was gradually disappearing from his sight. Let him be, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. The old man was a quintessential saint stage powerhouse after all. With his current strength, he could not make the old man stay. Moreover, even if he made the old man stay, the news of him killing Yang Wu would eventually spread to the Northern Plethora sect since it was unavoidable. As more and more people gathered, noon arrived. Behind the mountain range where the Black Turtle Sanctum's estate was located, a group of people had gathered in the sky above a vast and boundless field. From afar, it looked as though dark clouds were looming over the city. At this moment, everyone's attention was on a higher place. There were 8 people standing there. Among the 8 people, there was an old man, an old woman, a middle-aged man, a young man, and a young woman. Chapter 1899. The robes worn by the other 6 people were similar to Tingshan and Li An's robes. All of them wore white robes with silver flames embroidered on them. The only difference was that the patterns embroidered on their white robes were different from the patterns on Tingshan and Li An's white robes. The patterns on Tingshan and Li An's white robes were black tortoise. Among the 6 people, 2 of them had divine dragons embroidered on their robes, 2 of them had giant tigers embroidered on their robes, and 2 of them had a huge firebird embroidered on their robes. They're the elders from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Duan Lingtian was surprised by the difference in the robes of the 6 men and faintly guessed they were the elders of the other 3 sanctums. It was obvious they had also guessed the identities of the other 6 men. I heard that among the 4 sanctums of Zoroastrianism, only the White Tiger Sanctum provides offensive divine abilities to their disciples. I hope I'll be chosen by the 2 elders from the White Tiger Sanctum. A young man said with anticipation as he looked at the 2 elders from the White Tiger Sanctum. I hope the 2 elders from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum will take me. The divine ability that the Vermilion Bird Sanctum provides to their disciples is a movement divine ability. As the saying goes, speed is the only thing that's invincible among all the martial tactics in the world. Speed is the only thing that's invincible among all the divine abilities in the world. Another person said with anticipation. Unlike the young man who wanted to go to the White Tiger Sanctum, this person wanted to go to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Actually, it's not bad even if I'm chosen by the Azure Dragon Sanctum. The divine ability that the disciples from the Azure Dragon Sanctum mastered is an assist-type divine ability. It's said that it evolved from the inherited divine ability, the true berserk transformation, of the dragons. Another person chimed in. Compared to the divine abilities from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird Sanctum, I prefer the defensive divine ability from the Black Turtle Sanctum. It's said that although the divine abilities in the 4 sanctums are all high-grade divine abilities, the Black Turtle's barrier from the Black Turtle Sanctum is more advanced. A middle-aged man chuckled. The Black Turtle's barrier? High-grade defensive divine ability? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard the middle-aged man's words. He had also heard that each of the 4 symbol sanctums had a divine ability for their disciples to comprehend, but he did not pay much attention to it. In his opinion, the divine abilities provided by the 4 symbol sanctums were only medium-grade divine abilities. It was only when he heard the middle-aged man's words that he realized he had guessed wrongly. The divine abilities that the disciples of the 4 sanctums comprehended were all high-grade divine abilities. Most importantly, the Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade divine ability was the defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Do I have such an affinity with the Black Turtle Sanctum? Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Tingshan and Lian as he sighed in his heart. Currently, he had mastered high-grade divine abilities. The offensive divine ability was the Transcendent Flying Immortal, the auxiliary divine ability was the Elementary Devouring Technique, and the movement divine ability was the Golden Crow Wings. The only thing missing was a high-level defensive divine ability. However, he did have a medium-grade defensive divine ability. It was the golden indestructible body he had obtained in the mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone. However, since the other divine abilities were all high-grade divine abilities, Duan Lingtian instinctively looked down on the golden indestructible body and did not cultivate it. Naturally, The reason he did not cultivate it was because Duan Lingtian did not want to waste his time and energy on medium-grade divine abilities. Currently, he was in a hurry to raise his strength so he could rescue Kerr and their daughter. He did not want to waste any time. One could imagine this. If the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who entered the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial secret zone with Duan Lingtian back then knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking, they would definitely be angered to the point of throwing up blood. He did not want to waste his time and energy on medium-grade divine abilities. Just this alone was akin to showing off. I've finally encountered a high-grade defensive divine ability. I must stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum for the sake of obtaining the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with determination. Although Duan Lingtian knew the four symbols sanctums had divine abilities for their disciples to comprehend, he thought they were all medium-grade divine abilities. Due to this reason, he did not pay much attention to them. He only thought it would be the same no matter which sanctum he joined. However, now that he found out the four symbols sanctums provided their disciples with high-grade divine abilities, he no longer had any thoughts of staying put. He immediately decided to join the Black Turtle Sanctum. The Black Turtle Sanctum had the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, that he desperately wanted. Since it was rare for him to encounter a high-grade defensive divine ability, naturally, he would not miss it. Although Hua Lao was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he had asked Hua Lao for a high-grade defensive divine ability. However, according to Hua Lao, other than the Golden Crow's wings that it had passed to him, the other divine abilities it was familiar with required one to possess the strength of a celestial to cast. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had dismissed the idea of asking Hua Lao for a divine ability. He would have to rely on himself. Everyone. At the same time, Silver Flame Elder Tengshan in the Black Turtle Sanctum finally spoke. Tengshan was tall and burly, and his voice was rough as well. Coupled with the majestic energy in his voice, everyone present on the scene could hear him clearly. The fact that all of you are here today is enough to show your intentions. All of you must want to become a disciple of the Zoroastrianism. When Tengshan reached this part of the sentence, his voice became louder and louder. Now, tell me, is that right? Suddenly, Tengshan's voice became louder and louder like thunder. Yes. As soon as Tengshan finished speaking, almost everyone, including the people around Duan Lingtian, who wanted to join the Zoroastrianism to become a disciple of the Zoroastrianism, broke out in an uproar. The atmosphere at the scene was instantly ignited and ignited. I really didn't expect Elder Tengshan to be so meticulous despite his careless appearance. He's so good at stirring up the atmosphere. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw Tengshan stirring up the atmosphere with just a few words. As Tengshan raised his hands and pressed them down, the scene gradually returned to normal. Now, I'm sure all of you can see that apart from Elder Lian, who's also a Black Turtle Sanctum's elder like me, the other 6 elders are from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird's Sanctum respectively. Tengshan's voice continued to ring in the air. The reason they're here today is to select some of you to go to their sanctums. No matter which sanctum you end up in, as long as you pass the test, you'll be able to become a disciple of that sanctum. As long as you become a disciple of the 4 symbols sanctums, it means you've officially joined the Zoroastrianism and become a disciple of the Zoroastrianism. When Tengshan reached this part of the sentence, the eyes of most people on the scene lit up. Next, all of you just have to stand still. Those who are selected will stand behind the 4 symbols sanctum's elder who selected you and follow him back to his sanctum. Tengshan continued to say, Elder Tengshan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a voice transmission to Tengshan. I want to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Elder Tengshan, please fulfill my wish. Tengshan was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. If Lian was not in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he would do everything in his power to make Duan Lingtian stay. Duan Lingtian's strength and innate talent had completely attracted Tengshan's attention. However, since Lian was in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he dismissed the idea of making Duan Lingtian stay. If Duan Lingtian stayed, he would not have a good time in the future since Lian would not let him have an easy time. However, Ting Shan did not expect Duan Lingtian would not only not avoid Lian's Black Turtle Sanctum, but he even sent a voice transmission to him and asked him to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Lingtian, you're not suitable for the Black Turtle Sanctum. With Elder Lian here, there's no benefit for you to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He's a vengeful person. He'll definitely not let you go. Ting Shan advised through voice transmission. Upon hearing Ting Shan's words, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. He was not related to Ting Shan at all. It was rare for Ting Shan to do this. Elder Ting Shan, I want to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum because I want to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. As for Lian, I'm not afraid of him. Moreover, as long as I'm in the Black Turtle Sanctum and Zoroastrianism, he won't dare to make a move on me. Duan Lingtian bluntly told Ting Shan the reason he wanted to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, he said he was not afraid of Lian. As long as you stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, even if he doesn't personally make a move, he'll have plenty of ways to make things difficult for you. Apart from that, although the Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, is powerful, not everyone can successfully comprehend it. Ting Shan continued to say, it's unwise to gamble with your life for a divine ability that you don't even know if you'll be able to comprehend it. It was obvious Ting Shan was still trying to persuade Duan Lingtian to change his mind. Elder Ting Shan, I've already made up my mind. You don't have to persuade me anymore. Moreover, I really hope you can help me. If I can successfully stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, I, Duan Lingnan, will owe you a favor. Duan Lingtian said resolutely through voice transmission. He sounded a little anxious when he reached the end of his sentence. Since you insist, I won't persuade you anymore. Don't worry, I'll help you stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Ting Shan immediately agreed to Duan Lingtian's request. Thank you, Elder Ting Shan. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed when he saw Ting Shan agreeing to his request. He quickly thanked Ting Shan. Everyone, it's still the same as before. From now on, we'll start picking people one by one in 10 breaths. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Ting Shan said to the other 7 four symbols sanctum's elders. The 7 of them nodded. There are still 8 breaths left. Many people around Duan Lingtian immediately held their breaths. 10 breaths passed in just a blink of an eye. Bush, bush, bush. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a total of 8 rays of light that did not possess any offensive power shot out one by one and locked onto their targets. 6 of them landed on the bodies of 6 people. 2 of them landed on the same person. One of the 2 rays of light came from Ting Shan, whom Duan Lingtian had entrusted to. The other ray of light came from Chapter 1900. The rays of light that did not possess any offensive power came from the 8 elders of the 4 symbols sanctums and landed on the people who came to participate in the Zoroastrianism 4 symbols sanctums assessment. Those who were selected would have to follow the elder who selected them. Those who were selected by the elder of the Azure Dragon Sanctum would have to follow the elder to the Azure Dragon Sanctum to participate in the assessment. If they passed the assessment, they would become a disciple of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Although the disciples of the Azure Dragon Sanctum were only outer disciples of Zoroastrianism, they were still considered Zoroastrianism disciples. After becoming a disciple of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, they would be qualified to comprehend the high-grade assist-type divine ability that was passed down in the Azure Dragon Sanctum since ancient times. It was the same for the other 3 sanctums. In the history of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, 2 elders from the 4 symbols sanctums would select the same person at the same time. However, it was rare for 2 elders from the same sanctum to select the same person at the same time. Usually, the 2 elders from the same sanctum would discuss with each other before selecting a person. For this reason, the 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums were surprised when they saw Ting Shan and Lian, the 2 elders from the Black Turtle Sanctum, had chosen the same young man at the same time. Elder Lian, Elder Ting Shan, didn't you discuss this beforehand? If Sanctum Leader Chiu finds out about this, I'm afraid he'll reprimand all of you for not being united. Elder Lian, Elder Ting Shan, is there a misunderstanding between the 2 of you? The 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums chimed in one after another. They had also just arrived and were completely unaware of what had happened earlier. However, they could sense the smell of gunpowder from the confrontation between Ting Shan and Lian. Upon hearing this, Ting Shan and Lian looked at each other and snorted coldly. Ting Shan was not surprised that Lian had chosen Duan Lingtian to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He knew Lian was a vengeful person. He would definitely do everything in his power to make Lian stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. After all, in Li An's opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian remained in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he would not be able to escape from Lian. In contrast to Ting Shan's indifference, Lian was greatly surprised when he saw that Ting Shan had also chosen to Duan Lingtian. Based on his understanding of Ting Shan, since Ting Shan had taken a liking to Duan Lingtian, he would definitely want Duan Lingtian to leave the Black Turtle Sanctum. After all, Ting Shan knew he would not let Duan Lingtian go. Could it be that Ting Shan has taken a fancy to Duan Lingtian's talent and wants to take him as his disciple? When he thought of this, Li An was suddenly enlightened. If that was the case, then everything could be explained. However, in his heart, he felt that Ting Shan was too naive. If Li An wanted to kill someone, it was impossible for them to survive. Even if Duan Lingtian had the backing of Ting Shan, the result would still be the same. If they were to fight, Ting Shan would be defeated by him. After all, he was ranked 139th on the Supreme Saint ranking while Ting Shan was only ranked 173rd. The higher one's ranking was on the Supreme Saint ranking, the more obvious the difference between each ranking was. Although Ting Shan was only 30 places behind him, if they were to fight, he was confident he could kill Ting Shan in 10 moves. The Black Turtle Sanctum's Elder Lian and Elder Ting Shan actually chose Duan Lingtian? What's going on? While the other 3 Sanctum's elders were looking at Lian and Ting Shan, a group of people in the distance broke into an uproar. All of them were shocked. I'm not surprised that Elder Lian chose Duan Lingtian to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. If Duan Lingtian stays in the Black Turtle Sanctum, it'll be easier for him to deal with Duan Lingtian in the future. Duan Lingtian killed Yang Wu, the 2nd son of Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect. In front of Elder Lian, Yang Chong is Elder Li An's best friend. Elder Li An will definitely not let this matter go. Elder Ting Shan seems to have a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped Duan Lingtian. Shouldn't he be persuading Duan Lingtian to seek refuge in the other 3 sanctums? I don't understand why Elder Ting Shan wants to keep Duan Lingtian here. Keeping Duan Lingtian here is no different from sending a lamb to a tiger's den. The crowd discussed animatedly, and their gazes sometimes descended onto Lian and sometimes descended onto Duan Lingtian, causing the 2 of them to become the center of attention. At the same time, the elders from the other 3 sanctums were also enlightened. As it turned out, Lian and Ting Shan were at odds with each other because they both chose the purple-clad young man named Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wu, the son of the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, before they arrived. His actions were equivalent to slapping Lian in the face. After all, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect was Li An's best friend. If Lian did not manage to save Yang Wu's life, everyone would think he was useless. For this reason, it was only natural that Lian hated Duan Lingtian to the core. He could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. It's fine if Lian wants to keep Duan Lingtian in the Black Turtle Sanctum, but since Ting Shan has a good impression of Duan Lingtian, why does he want to keep Duan Lingtian in the Black Turtle Sanctum? The 6 elders from the 3 sanctums were puzzled by this. 2 elders who were close to Ting Shan immediately asked him through voice transmission. Soon after, they received the answer. Initially, I wanted him to go to the other 3 sanctums. However, he insisted on staying in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He wants to comprehend the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Ting Shan smiled wryly through voice transmission. I see. However, this fellow is too impulsive. Doesn't he know the Black Turtle Sanctum's defensive divine ability is the hardest to comprehend among the 4 high-grade divine abilities in our 4 symbols sanctums? He's willing to risk his life for a divine ability that he doesn't even know if he'll be able to comprehend. Even if this fellow has a good innate talent, he's destined to die young. The two elders shook their heads. Due to Duan Lingtian's recklessness, they did not have a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength were good, it was not to the point where the 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums would fight for him with the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, they did not want to offend Lian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's destination was decided. The Black Turtle Sanctum. Junior brother Lingtian, if you want to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, you don't have to join this Zoroastrianism. Gu Li sent a voice transmission to persuade Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian had made his decision and was now behind Tingshan. Don't want to join? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Even if I don't give up, do you think I'll be able to leave the Black Turtle Sanctum alive, senior brother Gu Li? Lian doesn't dare to violate the rules of Zoroastrianism in the Black Turtle Sanctum, so he didn't do anything to me. However, once I leave the Black Turtle Sanctum, the rules of Zoroastrianism won't bind him anymore. Do you think I'll be able to survive at that time? Duan Lingtian did not intend to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum for the time being. Instead, he analyzed his current situation to Gu Li. Now that he had offended Lian, he no longer had a choice whether he wanted to join the Zoroastrianism or not. Duan Lingtian is right. If he stays in the Zoroastrianism, he'll still be able to survive. However, if he leaves, he'll definitely die. Zhu Luqi asked solemnly. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission was also transmitted to Zhu Luqi. At the same time, a hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. However, if you stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, although Lian won't personally make a move, he'll definitely do everything he can to deal with you. Naturally, with the rules of Zoroastrianism, even if Lian finds someone to make things difficult for you in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he won't be able to kill you. However, the people he'll find to deal with you will definitely be stronger than you. You'll have to learn to be patient with them. Don't be hot-headed and agree to a death duel. Zhu Luqi's expression turned even grimmer as he spoke. Don't worry. I'm not going to risk my life. I still have many things to do, so I must survive. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had lived 2 lifetimes, and with the experiences he had had along the way, he had long passed the age of hot-headedness. If he encountered someone he was no match for, even if he was humiliated, he would temporarily endure it and wait until he became stronger in the future to regain his dignity. Recklessly sending one's life away was something a reckless man would do, and it wasn't something Duan Lingtian would do. However, I really didn't expect Elder Tingshan would allow Duan Lingtian to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Didn't he have a good impression of you? Logically speaking, he shouldn't allow you to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum for your safety. Gu Li looked at Duan Lingtian. Similar to the others, he was also puzzled by Teng Shan's actions. Zhu Luqi also looked at Duan Lingtian. He also found it strange. Naturally, Elder Tingshan doesn't want me to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Earlier, I was the one who sent a voice transmission to him and asked him to let me stay. Duan Lingtian replied. Why? Gu Li and Zhu Luqi frowned. They did not know why Duan Lingtian would do this. It was no different from sending himself to the tiger's den. It's because I want to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Duan Lingtian said firmly as his eyes flashed. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reply, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi were rendered speechless. Perhaps, only Duan Lingtian would put himself in danger for the sake of comprehending a divine ability that he might not even be able to comprehend. They knew if they were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, they would not do such a thing. Junior brother Lingtian. All of a sudden, Gu Li's eyes lit up as though he had just recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Quickly tell Elder Tingshan to let me stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum as well. This way, you won't have to face Lian alone. That's right. Zhu Luqi agreed as well. Ask Elder Tingshan to let me stay as well. One more person means one more helper. With Gu Li and I around, we'll be able to share some of your burden as well. Upon hearing Gu Li and Zhu Luqi's words, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, touched. Chapter 1901. However, was he, Duan Lingtian, the kind of person who would drag his friends down with him? At this moment, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Elder Tengshan, if you're familiar with any of the 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums, please ask them to take my 2 companions away. I don't want them to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a voice transmission to Tengshan. At this moment, he could only ask Tengshan for help. Before Li An's attention shifted to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi who were next to him, he would ask the people from the other 3 sanctums to take their 2 companions away. Since Gu Li and Zhu Luqi were considerate of him, it was only natural for him to be considerate of them as well. You don't want to drag them into this? A hint of admiration could be seen in Tengshan's eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. It was rare to see someone with such high innate talent, powerful strength, and companionship. At this moment, Tengshan's impression of Duan Lingtian improved tremendously. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'll definitely help you with this. Tengshan replied to Duan Lingtian confidently through voice transmission. This made Duan Lingtian sigh in relief. At the same time, he quickly thanked Tengshan through voice transmission. At this moment, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi looked at Tengshan expectantly. Although Tengshan glanced at them, he did not choose them. Instead, an elder from the White Tiger Sanctum and an elder from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum chose them in the same round. If they were chosen separately, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi would not find it strange. However, now that they were chosen in the same round, they realized something was amiss. Junior Martial Brother Ling Tian, did you ask Elder Tengshan to ask the elder of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum to choose me? Gu Li, who was standing behind the 2 elders of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, asked Duan Lingtian with a bitter expression on his face. He vaguely guessed that Duan Lingtian had done this on purpose, but he wasn't 100% sure. It's you? Zhu Luqi, who was standing behind the 2 White Tiger Sanctum's elders, also sent a sound transmission to Duan Lingtian. He was clearly displeased with Duan Lingtian's decision. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. On the other hand, if I have you by my side, I won't be able to do as I please. Duan Lingtian had expected the 2 of them to ask him, so he gave them the answer he had prepared beforehand. Are you afraid that I'll drag you down? Gu Li frowned in dissatisfaction. Zhu Luqi did not say anything this time. However, based on the look in his eyes, it was obvious he was displeased as well. However, they knew the outcome had already been determined. It was useless to blame Duan Lingtian. Therefore, they did not continue to harp on this matter. At the same time, Lian regained his senses when he saw the White Tiger Sanctum's elder and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder who were close to Tengshan had chosen Duan Lingtian's 2 companions. Damn it! How could I have forgotten about them? They're Duan Lingtian's companions. If I deal with them, Duan Lingtian will definitely suffer. The moment Lian thought of this, he felt slightly regretful. He regretted not realizing this earlier. Previously, he was so immersed in the joy of keeping Duan Lingtian in the Black Turtle Sanctum that he had completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian's 2 companions. It was too late for him to realize this now. However, the outcome had already been determined. Not only were Gu Li and Duan Lingtian powerless to change the situation, but even he could no longer ask Gu Li and Duan Lingtian to go to the Black Turtle Sanctum. The White Tiger Sanctum's elder and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder were Tengshan's friends. Naturally, they would not allow him to take Gu Li and Duan Lingtian away. Forget it. They're insignificant anyway. As long as Duan Lingtian stays in the Black Turtle Sanctum, it's enough. Li An was a Saint's celestial stage powerhouse after all. He had an extraordinary composure, so he quickly calmed down. He was content with what he had. As time passed, the people who came to participate in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's assessment were divided among the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and Black Turtle Sanctum. However, there were still more than 1,000 people left in each of the sanctums. For the Zoroastrianism 4 Symbols Sanctum's assessment this time, only 100 people from each of the sanctums will be able to stay. In other words, 1,000 people will be eliminated from the Black Turtle Sanctum? When Duan Lingtian looked around, he discovered there were more than 1,100 people left in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Soon after, the 6 elders from the other 3 sanctums bid farewell to Tengshan and Lian before they left with the 1,100 people behind them. They left in a grandiose manner. It was as though a swarm of locusts had passed by. Junior brother Ling Tian, be careful. Duan Ling Tian, you must remain calm. Don't act rashly. At the same time, Gu Li, who left with the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's elder, and Zhu Luqi, who left with the White Tiger Sanctum's elder, reminded Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. They were about to go to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum and the White Tiger Sanctum, so they would not be able to help Duan Ling Tian. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian nodded and gave the 2 of them a reassuring look. In just a blink of an eye, the elders from the other 3 sanctums left with the people they had chosen to go to the Azure Dragon Sanctum, Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and White Tiger Sanctum. At this moment, only Tengshan, Lian, and the 1,100 people they had chosen were left. Duan Ling Tian was among the 1,100 people. The assessment will begin tomorrow. Since all of you are not Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples yet, you can only stay here tonight. When 100 of you pass the assessment, you'll be able to have your own cultivation place in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Tengshan turned around and looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others as he announced in a loud voice. At this moment, apart from Duan Ling Tian and a few others who were calm, the 1,000 people present on the scene were excited. It was as though they could already see themselves passing the assessment, becoming a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, and having their own cultivation place in the Black Turtle Sanctum. After Tengshan finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said through voice transmission with a solemn expression, Duan Ling Tian, apart from testing your strength, the most important part of the assessment tomorrow is to test your innate talent. Try your best to display your innate talent tomorrow. As long as your innate talent is monstrous to a certain extent, even Lord Sanctum Leader will pay attention to you. If Lord Sanctum Leader pays attention to you, even if Lian wants to make a move on you, he won't dare to do it so openly. Tengshan reminded him through voice transmission. Understood. Duan Ling Tian nodded solemnly as he replied through voice transmission. After Tengshan finished speaking, he left. He did not care that Lian was still standing there. This was because he knew even if he left, as long as Duan Ling Tian did not provoke Lian, Lian would not dare to make a move on him. If Lian made a move, he would have to pay the price. He might even be expelled from the Zoroastrianism. As one of the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, Zoroastrianism had strict rules that no one could violate. It was precisely because of these strict rules that the 3 great sects had been passed down since ancient times. As the saying went, nothing can be accomplished without rules. The 3 great sects, including the Zoroastrianism, could be said to have mastered the essence of these rules. As expected, Lian also left not long after Tengshan left. However, before Lian left, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian. It was a very cold look. When Duan Ling Tian saw it, Duan Ling Tian immediately felt a bone-piercing chill that contained killing intent. It revealed Li An's determination to kill him. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the courage or not. A sneer appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. He knew very well that with Li An's strength, it would be as easy as killing a chicken if he wanted to kill him. However, if Lian killed him here, he would be violating the rules of Zoroastrianism and would be expelled from the Zoroastrianism. He knew very well that Lian did not have the courage to kill him and allow him to be expelled from the Zoroastrianism. Otherwise, he would not be alive right now. After Lian left, the thousands of people present on the scene shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian, causing Duan Ling Tian to become the center of attention. At this moment, most people looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of pity in their eyes. This Duan Ling Tian has offended Elder Lian. Even if he doesn't die in the Black Turtle Sanctum, I'm afraid he'll be skinned alive if he stays here. This was what most people thought. Duan Ling Tian ignored these people and sat down cross-legged in the air. At the same time, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. I'm still one step away from the Divine Saint stage. However, I've been stuck at this last step for a long time. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly when he began to cultivate. In just a day and a night, Duan Ling Tian did not think he would be able to make a breakthrough. He merely cultivated as usual. However, sometimes, a pleasant surprise would come in just a blink of an eye. Boom! As the Sun true origin in his body broke through the bottleneck between the peak of the eminent saint stage and the divine saint stage, Duan Lingtian discovered the true origin in his body had transformed into another energy. This is the saint energy? Duan Lingtian was excited when he sensed the brand new energy in his body. I've made a breakthrough just like that? Even Duan Lingtian did not expect this breakthrough. No wonder they say pressure is motivation. It seems like the threat and pressure from a saint's celestial stage powerhouse has unknowingly tightened my nerves and increased the efficiency of my cultivation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The breakthrough this time proved the saying that pressure is motivation. Then, Duan Lingtian immersed himself in the brand new energy in his body. The brand new energy was no longer the true origin, but the saint energy that was unique to powerhouses at the divine saint stage and above. The saint energy was even more powerful and profound. It gave off a majestic and heavy feeling. After the saint energy was tainted by the sun flame, it had transformed into the sun saint energy. Compared to the sun true origin before it had made a breakthrough, it was on a completely different level. The sun saint energy is so powerful. Duan Lingtian was excited when he sensed the sun saint energy flowing through the 99 saint veins in his body. With my current cultivation base, if I transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and unleash all my techniques, I might even be able to defeat a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Chapter 1902. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had neglected his soul that had transformed to the divine saint stage because he had focused all his attention on the sun saint energy in his body. Now that Duan Lingtian's soul had transformed to the divine saint stage, he could clearly feel his spiritual energy had become even more powerful. At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not know why his spiritual energy began to stir uncontrollably. What's going on? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he realized he could not control his spiritual energy even if he wanted to. It's the strange pupil. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered that the restless spiritual energy was actually surging toward his left eye and surging into it. His left eye was no longer an ordinary human eye many years ago. His left eye had merged with the one-eyed devil vulture's unique eye and possessed some unimaginable abilities. However, the strength of those abilities depended on one's spiritual energy. While Duan Lingtian gained many techniques that allowed him to easily cross a few cultivation bases to fight enemies, the strange pupil had gradually lost its presence. It was only occasionally used to allow Duan Lingtian to look into the distance. But today, Slyris seemed to be in some sort of passive situation, and something had happened to her. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian felt his left eye was getting hotter and hotter. The uncontrollable spiritual energy suddenly left the strange pupil. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt his left eye was empty as though it had lost its sustenance. However, Duan Lingtian was still in shock. Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that after the restless spiritual energy left his strange pupil, it actually merged with his body and merged with the 99 saint veins in his body. Then, he realized the cultivation method he cultivated, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, had begun to circulate on its own again. To be more precise, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that had undergone a transformation after entering the dragon cleansing pool in the Dragon's Saint Land had begun to circulate on its own again. However, the automatic circulation of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique this time was a little strange because it did not draw the energy in his body, the saint energy that had transformed after he had broken through to the divine saint stage. Currently, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was drawing his uncontrollable spiritual energy to circulate. Spiritual energy can be used like this? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. This was his first time seeing a cultivation method that could be used to cultivate spiritual energy. Let alone seeing it, he had not even heard of it before. What's going on? What's going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. With the passage of time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the change in the situation. It was not only that Lingtian's spiritual energy, It was not only his spiritual energy, but there seemed to be something else in it. There was also something else in it. However, because he couldn't control his mental strength, he didn't know what the extra thing was. However, he could vaguely feel the extra thing in his spiritual energy was not a bad thing for him. After an unknown amount of time, it felt like a century had passed, but it also felt like only a moment had passed. Duan Lingtian discovered the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique had stopped circulating. His uncontrollable spiritual energy had also returned to his mind and soul. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt dazed as his spiritual energy surged into his soul. It felt like his soul had left his body. When he regained his senses, he discovered he could control his mind energy on his own. My current mind energy is indeed different from before. Although it's still at the Divine Saint stage, there seems to be something else in it. Moreover, it seems to have the urge to merge with my strange pupil. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered this strange thing. Although his spiritual energy was still under his control, it seemed to have its own thoughts. It had the urge to enter his left eye's strange pupil. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian tried to stop it. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that although his spiritual energy was still impulsive, it was still under his control. It felt good to regain control of his spiritual energy. Why would it have such a strange urge? Forget it. I'll just let it merge with my strange pupil and see what happens. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian controlled his spiritual energy and merged it with his left eye's strange pupil. During this process, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little anxious. This was because he discovered his spiritual energy had completely changed. It was foreign even to his master. As soon as his spiritual energy merged with the strange pupil, Duan Lingtian discovered his left eye was absorbing the spiritual energy like rain after a long drought. It seemed like it would not reject anything that came to it. When his left eye was saturated with spiritual energy, Duan Lingtian felt his left eye burning. In the end, it was so hot that he felt numb. At the same time, he felt a strong urge to open his left eye. His left eye seemed to have accumulated some energy and needed to be released. What's going on? Duan Lingtian could not figure out what was happening. He had no idea what was going on. However, he still opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Duan Lingtian saw the sky turning bright. Dawn had just arrived. It's so bloated. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to his left eye's strange pupil. He had no choice but to do so because his left eye felt bloated. It felt like it was on the verge of exploding. At the same time, when Duan Lingtian tried to use his left eye to look at things, he discovered that everything in his left eye's line of sight was not only magnified, there was even a focal point in the middle. This feeling was very similar to when he used a sniper rifle's scope to aim. What's going on? Why do I feel like the spiritual energy accumulated in my strange pupil has a desire to be shot out? It feels like as long as I think about it, it will shoot out. It's really shooting out. Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that as he thought about it, the spiritual energy accumulated in his strange pupil actually shot out. The spiritual energy that shot out was almost materialized. It was in the shape of a divine dragon. The materialized spiritual energy was completely aimed at the focal point. However, as the focal point was aimed at the sky, this materialized spiritual energy did not move after piercing through the air. He did not know where it had shot to. I only shot out half of my spiritual energy. Following that, Duan Lingtian realized that there was still half of the spiritual energy accumulated in his strange pupil left. It was still being replenished. In his soul, spiritual energy continued to extend and fuse with his strange pupil, replenishing the spiritual energy that it had lost. Spiritual energy attack? Soul attack? At this moment, Duan Lingtian vaguely realized that the materialized spiritual energy that his strange pupil had shot out earlier was a spiritual energy attack. In other words, it was a soul attack. Moreover, the spiritual energy attack that had taken the form of a divine dragon was extraordinary. There's a fly over there. Duan Lingtian's strange pupil looked around randomly. In the end, he found a fly perched on a tree in the distance. He immediately locked onto the fly. Go! With a thought, Duan Lingtian's left strange pupil shot out another spiritual energy in the form of a divine dragon. The spiritual energy was the size of a needle, and it accurately pierced into the fly's head. From this, one could see how terrifying the crosshair of Duan Lingtian's strange pupil was. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's divine sense that had been extended earlier began to observe the changes in the fly's body. The weak soul of a fly could be detected by his divine sense. However, as soon as his spiritual energy pierced into the fly's head, Duan Lingtian's divine sense discovered that the goshawk's soul had disappeared without a trace. Without its soul, the fly that was left with only its shell fell from the tree immediately. So this is a soul attack? It directly targets one's soul? Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp, and he felt a chill run down his spine. This was because this technique was too strange, and it was simply impossible to guard against. He could not imagine if he would be able to survive if his opponents suddenly attacked him like this. Although Duan Lingtian had encountered soul attack techniques that were similar to the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, when he was on the mortal continent's cloud continent in the past. However, the feeling the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, gave him was completely different from the soul attack cast by his strange pupil. I have a feeling that even a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage might not be able to withstand the soul attack cast by my strange pupil. Even an exemplary Saint stage powerhouse would be greatly affected if they're caught off guard by my soul attack. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but gasp. The situation is different from what I've imagined. At this moment, a voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears, waking him up from his daze. Duan Lingtian immediately recognized the voice as Hua Lao's. At once, he seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw as he hurriedly asked, "Hua Lao, quickly tell me why my strange pupil underwent such a drastic change after I've broken through to the Divine Saint stage." Following that, Duan Lingtian recounted everything that had happened to him without hiding anything. Based on what you've said, your strange pupil must have resonated with your cultivation method, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, and caused your spiritual energy to undergo a transformation. As for the soul attack that your spiritual energy cast through your strange pupil, if I'm not mistaken, it must be a type of soul attack divine ability. After listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, Hua Lao said in a timely manner, "You can treat it as your innate divine ability." Innate divine ability? Similar to the innate divine ability of those special demon beasts, saint beasts, and variants? Duan Lingtian was no stranger to innate divine abilities. He had come into contact with them when he was still on Cloud Continent. What kind of innate divine ability is that? It's just a little spiritual secret tactic. A real innate divine ability is a real divine ability. It's not inferior to a high-grade divine ability. Chapter 1903. A true innate divine ability is a true divine ability. It's not inferior to a high-grade divine ability. Hua Lao's voice reverberated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It completely overturned his understanding of the innate divine ability. In the past, the innate divine ability he knew in the mortal continent, the cloud continent, was not only unrelated to the divine abilities he came into contact with later on, but it was also far inferior. However, today, he found out from Hua Lao that the so-called innate divine ability in the mortal continent was not a true innate divine ability. A true innate divine ability was not inferior to a high-grade divine ability. Hua Lao, you mean? The spiritual attack that my strange pupil mastered is my innate divine ability? It's a divine ability that's not inferior to a high-grade divine ability? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress his excitement. However, his voice still trembled slightly. "Yes," Hua Lao replied. "According to your description, the power of your innate divine ability can be further improved. For example, if you condense all the spiritual energy accumulated in your strange pupil into a soul attack, the power will not be as simple as 1 + 1. Of course, it's easier said than done. You'll still have to rely on yourself. In the past, I only knew the one-eyed devil vulture's unique eye was not simple. However, I didn't expect it to resonate with your cultivation method and bring you such a fortune. When Hua Lao reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh. Offensive divine abilities are divided into ordinary offensive divine abilities and soul offensive divine abilities. The latter only exists in innate divine abilities and is impossible to comprehend. Soul offensive divine abilities are not just a little stronger than soul offensive secret techniques. The difference between it and soul offensive secret techniques is like the difference between a high-grade divine ability and an ordinary martial skill. Hua Lao finished speaking in one breath. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent for a moment. He needed time to digest every word that Hua Lao had said. In the end, he came to a conclusion. He had hit the jackpot this time. In just a day and a night, not only has my cultivation base improved, but I've also obtained an innate divine ability. My luck is not bad. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a smile. Right now, he desperately wanted to increase his strength. Because he knew that even if he came to Zoroastrianism, if he was not strong enough, unless he took a shortcut, it would be very difficult to rescue Kerr and her mother. Even if he could not see them, he might not be able to do so. Because of this, every time his strength increased, he would be wild with joy. He had never desired strength as much as he did now. Hua Lao, you just said something about the situation being different from what you imagined. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian asked after he gradually calmed down from his excitement. He still remembered Hua Lao's first words when he first appeared were, "The situation is different from what I imagined." However, because his mind was focused on the mutation of the strange pupil at that time, he did not pay attention to Hua Lao's words when he heard Hua Lao's voice. Instead, he directly asked Hua Lao about the mutation of his strange pupil. Now that the matter of the mutation of the strange pupil had been resolved, he also remembered what Hua Lao had said earlier. The fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda has been completely repaired. Elder Hua's voice resonated in the air and entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's spirit was lifted as his eyes lit up. His body began to tremble slightly due to his excitement. The fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had been repaired. This was definitely good news for Duan Lingtian. 3 consecutive blessings, 3 consecutive blessings. Duan Lingtian was so excited that his face was flushed red. He did not regain his senses for a long time. First, he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage. Then, he had mastered a powerful soul attack innate divine ability. Finally, he learned that the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had been completely repaired by Hua Lao. These 3 matters were all extremely pleasantly surprised to him. This means I'll have a better cultivation environment in the future. The flow of time in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is much slower than the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 8 days in there is only 1 day outside. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself excitedly. His voice was filled with excitement. Not only that, but if I encounter an opponent that I can't defeat in the future, I'll be able to hide in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I'm afraid that's not going to work. However, just as Duan Lingtian was muttering to himself, Hua Lao's voice rang in the air and rejected Duan Lingtian's last sentence. What do you mean? Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian's body that was trembling from excitement immediately calmed down. The surprised smile on his face immediately vanished as well. At this moment, he realized something. Things seemed to be a little different from what he had imagined. Otherwise, Hua Lao would not have poured cold water on him at this moment. Although the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda has been repaired, the space inside is still very unstable. It's not realistic for you to hide in there to seek refuge. In the face of Duan Lingtian's question, Hua Lao replied in a timely manner. How could this be? Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian's first thought was disbelief. Hua Lao, are you mistaken? I remember you said that as long as the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is repaired, the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda will stabilize. Once the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda stabilizes, I can hide in there to seek refuge. No matter how big the commotion outside is, I won't be thrown out." As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's tone became much more agitated. His expectations for the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, apart from a better cultivation environment and an even more exaggerated flow of time, was the effect the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda would have on the stability of the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. According to Hua Lao, the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was the middle level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Once it was repaired, the space inside would also stabilize. At that time, when he entered, he would not be thrown out at the slightest disturbance like before. Because of this, he was extremely eager to repair the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, now that the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had been repaired, Hua Lao told him that the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was still as unstable as before. He could still hide in there to seek refuge in times of danger. How could he accept this? As the saying went, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This was undoubtedly how Duan Lingtian felt at this moment. The space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was damaged after it came to this mundane realm. Initially, I thought that as long as I repaired the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I would be able to stabilize the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hua Lao said, "However, when I repaired the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I discovered that the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is damaged beyond my imagination. Unless I completely repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the space inside won't be stable at all." Completely repair it? Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Who knows how long that will take? Throughout his journey, he had been repairing the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. From the first level to the fourth level, each level was harder to repair than the previous. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, even if he could stand at the peak of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in the future and use all the resources in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he would only be able to repair the sixth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda at most. Each level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was harder to repair than the previous level. The difficulty of repairing the second level was much higher than the previous level. Even if it's the sixth level, I might not be able to repair it in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, the wry smile on his face widened. The heavens have really played a huge joke on us. I even thought that after the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda has stabilized, I might be able to rely on it to sneak into the enforcement hall of the Zoroastrianism Saint Land and rescue Kerr and our daughter without anyone noticing. After all, as long as I hide in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, nobody will be able to find me. However, it seems like it's impossible now. Duan Lingtian knew very well that there was no shortcut for him to find Kerr and their daughter and rescue Kerr and their daughter now. He could only rely on his feet. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was already broken. Although it might not work even if the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was not broken, it was still a ray of hope. Currently, this ray of hope was completely destroyed. Apart from not being able to stabilize the space inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, after I've completely repaired the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the internal injury that I suffered when the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was still in Li Jing's hands many years ago has healed. This can be considered as an unexpected surprise. Hua Lao continued to speak. Internal injury? Unexpected surprise? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Actually, the flow of time in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is not 8:1 when compared to the outside. The 8:1 ratio is the ratio after the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was damaged. However, since Li Jing didn't need the flow of time in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he didn't repair it. As time passed, this matter was put aside. Perhaps, Li Jing even forgot about it in the end. Hua Lao continued to speak. Li Jing was the previous owner of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was also a character in the ancient myths in Duan Lingtian's previous life. He was known as the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. Hualao. Do you mean that after the internal injury in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was healed, the flow of time in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda became slower? Duan Ling Tian wasn't an idiot and reacted at the first possible moment. Yes. Hualao nodded and continued to speak. The real ratio of the flow of time in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is 10 to 1. In other words, 10 days inside is 1 day outside. 10 to 1. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian was shocked, he could not help but gasp. His face was filled with shock and horror. The flow of time was 10 to 1. Compared to the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was 2 times slower. In other words, Chapter 1904. Apart from that, the cultivation environment on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much better than the third level. Greater than over equaled for this reason, cultivating on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much faster than cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It might even be 2 or 3 times faster than cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It's really a win-win situation. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh. At the same time, he felt bitter in his heart. What he looked forward to the most was the stability of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. This was because it would determine if he could take a shortcut to save his wife and daughter from the law enforcement hall in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Although this shortcut might not necessarily succeed, it gave him quite a bit of hope. Now that his hope had been dashed, he could only rely on his own strength to save his wife, Kerr, and daughter. The sun rose from the east. The group of people around Duan Ling Tian gradually woke up from their cultivation and opened their eyes one after another. At once, the surroundings became lively. The assessment should be starting soon. Duan Ling Tian stood up and glanced at the rising sun in the horizon as he muttered to himself. At the same time, some of the whispers in the surroundings also entered his ears in a timely manner. Do you know what the assessment is about? Of course, I came to the Saint sect to participate in the assessment 3 years ago. However, I participated in the assessment in the Azure Dragon Sanctum. At that time, my innate talent was just a little off, and my strength barely passed. My overall results were below average, so I didn't pass the assessment. You're here again this year. Are you confident? Of course, my current strength isn't something I can compare to 3 years ago. Although my innate talent hasn't changed, with my current strength, I can pull my overall results up and pass the assessment. This was a conversation between a hothead and a wily old fox. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian's attention was attracted by the conversation between the other 3 people. It said that in the assessment of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, those with blue innate spiritual roots and above don't have to participate in the strength assessment. They can directly pass the overall test and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. It was a middle-aged man speaking. Based on the innate talent I've displayed so far, my innate spiritual root is yellow at most. I can only hope that I'll be able to earn more points in the strength assessment and raise my average score to the point where I can pass the assessment. That way, I still have hope. It was an old man talking. Your innate talent is slightly lacking. With your innate talent, you'll need to be at the exemplary saint stage at the very least to enter Zoroastrianism. The last young man shook his head and said, I know that. I just made a breakthrough to the exemplary saint stage some time ago. I just hope that I'll be able to earn enough points in the strength assessment. The old man nodded. Spiritual root? Innate spiritual roots? Hearing their conversation, Duan Ling Tian frowned. Then he looked confused, not knowing what they were talking about. What was a spiritual root? What was the innate spiritual root? He had no idea. Hualao, do you know? In the end, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but ask Hualao. I've never heard of it. It should be something unique to this mundane plane. Hualao did not know anything about it as well. Duan Ling Tian could only ask on his own. Soon after, he found a middle-aged man. You don't know what an innate spiritual root is? The middle-aged man was dumbfounded when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a monster. Is it strange that I don't know? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly, puzzled. When the middle-aged man saw Duan Lingtian frowning in displeasure, he recalled how powerful Duan Lingtian was when he killed Yang Wu yesterday. The shocked expression on his face disappeared immediately. An innate spiritual root is something a person is born with. However, the existence of innate spiritual roots was only discovered after our ancestors came to the upper province. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before he asked, "You should know that there was no distinction between the upper and lower province in the Dao Martial Saint land a long time ago, right?" "I'm from the lower province," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "You're from the lower province?" The middle-aged man was surprised when he heard this. Then he nodded. "No wonder you don't know about the existence of innate spiritual roots. An innate spiritual root is something a person is born with. It represents a person's innate talent in the martial Dao. There are 7 levels of innate spiritual roots. They're named after the colors of the rainbow. They're the red innate spiritual root, orange innate spiritual root, yellow innate spiritual root, green innate spiritual root, blue innate spiritual root, and violet innate spiritual root. Among them, a red innate spiritual root represents the weakest innate talent, while a violet innate spiritual root represents the strongest innate talent. In the assessment of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, those with blue innate spiritual roots and above don't need to participate in the strength assessment. They can pass the comprehensive assessment directly and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Those with green innate spiritual roots usually have a cultivation base at the divine saint stage or above to pass the assessment and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Those with yellow innate spiritual roots usually have a cultivation base at the exemplary saint stage or above to pass the assessment. As for those with orange innate spiritual roots, theoretically, those with orange innate spiritual roots should have a cultivation base at the quintessential saint stage or above to become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. However, those with orange innate spiritual roots won't be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage unless they have a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. The middle-aged man who was wary of Duan Lingtian's strength and did not dare to offend Duan Lingtian explained all of this in one breath. After he finished speaking, he could not help but gasp for air. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of the innate spiritual root. "How do I see my innate spiritual roots?" Duan Lingtian asked the middle-aged man with a glint in his eyes. Only those at the Saint Celestial stage and above can use the soul secret tactic to peer into their own innate spiritual roots. Apart from that, they can only rely on external objects. The middle-aged man continued to say, "Just like today's assessment, the Black Turtle Sanctum will take out a few spiritual pearls that have complicated formations hidden in them. As long as we place our hands on them, they'll show the grade of our innate spiritual roots after 10 breaths." Duan Lingtian nodded and left the middle-aged man's side to return to his original spot. When the Black Turtle Sanctum recruits outer disciples for Zoroastrianism, the innate talent assessment is to test one's innate spiritual root. The higher the grade of one's innate spiritual root, the more preferential treatment one will receive. For example, those with blue innate spiritual roots or above can directly become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Those with weaker innate spiritual roots than blue innate spiritual roots will have to participate in the strength assessment. The lower one's innate talent is, the more powerful one will have to be. Duan Lingtian could understand this. It was impossible for one to become a disciple of a top force like Zoroastrianism if one's innate talent and strength were weak, right? If that was the case, what was the difference between Zoroastrianism and an ordinary force? No matter what, Zoroastrianism was one of the 3 great sects in the Dao Martial Saint land. It was one of the 3 greatest forces in the upper province. I wonder what grade my innate spiritual root is. However, it shouldn't be a high-grade innate spiritual root. Although Duan Lingtian was curious about his innate spiritual root's grade, he knew his own limits. His innate talent could be considered as one of the best in the mortal continent, the cloud continent. However, Ever since he came to the Tao Martial Saint Land, he discovered the innate talent of the people here was very high. This was especially true for the various genius disciples he met in the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion. Each of them had a terrifying innate talent. He knew his own limits. If it was not for the help of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, it would have been impossible for him to surpass those people. It would have been impossible for him to achieve his current achievements in such a short time. "They're here!" All of a sudden, someone shouted. Everyone's attention, including Duan Lingtian, was attracted by the voice. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elders, Teng Shan and Lian, appeared again. Although both of them appeared at almost the same time, they came from different directions. They did not come together. When both of them arrived, there were two middle-aged men following behind them. The four middle-aged men wore white robes as well. The pattern embroidered on their white robes was the same as the pattern on Ting Shan and Li An's robes. It was the black tortoise pattern. The only difference was that the flames embroidered on their robes were copper-colored. Bronze Flame Elders. Duan Lingtian and the thousands of people present on the scene immediately figured out the identities of the four middle-aged men. "Get ready," Teng Shan said indifferently. Teng Shan spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body soared into the sky and stood at an even higher place as he looked down at everyone. When Teng Shan leaped into the air, the two bronze flame elders who were standing behind him stepped forward at the right time. They lifted their hands, and a dim transparent bead appeared in front of each of them as they hovered in the air. From afar, it looked like a glass ball the size of an adult's fist. Lian did not say anything. He rose into the air and looked down at the crowd with Teng Shan. The two bronze flame elders who were standing behind Li and also took a step forward and took out two transparent pearls like the other two bronze flame elders. "So these are the spiritual pearls that can test one's innate spiritual root?" Duan Lingtian immediately figured out what the transparent pearls hovering in front of the four bronze flame elders were. They must be the spiritual pearls that the middle-aged man had mentioned earlier that could test one's innate spiritual root. Today's assessment is divided into two parts. They're the innate talent assessment and the strength assessment. The innate talent assessment is to test your innate spiritual root. At the same time, Teng Shan opened his mouth. His voice was loud and clear as it entered everyone's ears. Then, Teng Shan began to recite what Duan Lingtian had learned about the assessment. Now, the innate talent assessment begins. As soon as Teng Shan finished speaking, the innate talent assessment officially began. For people formed a group and stepped forward to test their innate spiritual root. "I wonder what grade my innate spiritual root is. Orange? Yellow?" Chapter 1905. Duan Lingtian did not dare to harbor any hope. It was not because he was a masochist. It was because he felt it was all thanks to the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda that he was able to achieve what he had today. The flow of time in the third level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was 5-to-1 compared to the outside. Just this alone made his cultivation speed 5 times faster than those with the same innate talent. After taking a deep breath and regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the four people who were being tested. He watched as they placed their hands on the spiritual pearl hovering in front of the Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder. After the four of them placed their hands on the spiritual pearl finally responded after about 10 breaths. Bush, bush, bush. The spiritual pearls that the three of them touched glowed with a yellow light. Bush. The spiritual pearl that the last person touched glowed with an orange light. How magical! Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He did not expect the spiritual pearl would be able to test the grade of one's innate spiritual root. Apart from that, he could also sense the complexity of the formation hidden in the spiritual pearl. Although the spiritual pearl looked inconspicuous, the formation hidden in it was extremely intricate. Name. Then, the four Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders began to record the names of the participants and their results in this round of innate talent assessment. Your innate spiritual root is only an orange innate spiritual root. If your cultivation base isn't at the quintessential saint stage or above, you won't be able to pass the test. One of the bronze flame elders looked at the old man with an orange innate spiritual root and said indifferently, "Orange innate spiritual root." The old man had a bitter expression on his face. It was apparent he had just found out he possessed an orange innate spiritual root. Orange innate spiritual root. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter, it's impossible for him to break through to the quintessential saint stage. At the same time, the people who had not had their turn shook their heads. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the old man who had found out he only possessed an orange innate spiritual root bowed respectfully at the bronze flame elder before he turned around and left. From afar, his silhouette seemed bleak and lonely. "I hope my innate spiritual root is not an orange innate spiritual root," many people murmured to themselves. They were worried that their innate spiritual roots would only be orange. The lower the grade of the innate spiritual root, the greater the gap between one's innate spiritual root before one's cultivation base reached a certain level. It was very difficult to guess what kind of spiritual root one possessed just by looking at the innate talent one usually displayed. Just like how people with orange innate spiritual roots and yellow innate spiritual roots had similar cultivation speed before they reached the divine saint stage. It was only when one reached the divine saint stage that the gap between them would become wider and wider. In the end, it would be easy for a person with a yellow innate spiritual root to break through to the exemplary saint stage. Not only that, but they would also have a high chance of breaking through to the quintessential saint stage. On the other hand, most of the people with orange innate spiritual roots would reach their limit when they entered the divine saint stage. They might have a chance of breaking through to the exemplary saint stage, but it was impossible for them to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Your innate spiritual root is a yellow innate spiritual root. If your cultivation base hasn't entered the exemplary saint stage, it's not recommended that you participate in the next assessment. Naturally, it's fine if you want to try, but you must be prepared to be injured. The same sentence was said by the other 3 bronze flame elders to the 3 people with yellow innate spiritual roots. Out of the 3 people, 2 of them stayed behind while 1 of them left. According to the person who left, his cultivation base was only at the mastery divine saint stage. His chances of passing the assessment for those with yellow innate spiritual roots were slim. The reason he came here was because he wanted to take a gamble and see if his innate spiritual root was a green innate spiritual root. If his innate spiritual root was a green innate spiritual root, the difficulty of the assessment would be much lower. It would be so low that even early divine saint stage powerhouses would be able to pass the assessment. The 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism followed the principle of the higher one's innate talent, the easier the assessment. For example, as long as a person with a green innate spiritual root entered the divine saint stage, he would be able to pass the comprehensive assessment and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. This was because a person with a green innate spiritual root would definitely be able to enter the quintessential saint stage. He would even have a high chance of entering the saint celestial stage. A person with such a high innate talent would definitely be able to become a pillar of Zoroastrianism when he grew stronger. As for a person with a blue innate spiritual root, he would be able to skip the assessment and directly become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he might even be chosen by a golden flame elder of Zoroastrianism and be taken in as a disciple. There was a rule in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Anyone with a blue innate spiritual root would definitely be able to enter the saint celestial stage as long as they did not die prematurely. After 4 people left the first round, another 4 people went up. 4 people would take a round to test their innate talent and their innate spiritual roots. Later on, some people were found to only have orange innate spiritual roots and left dejectedly. Most of them had yellow innate spiritual roots. Most of them stayed behind to continue with the assessment. However, some of them left when they realized they were not strong enough. Gradually, as time passed, more than 100 people had already left before the innate talent assessment ended. There were less than 1,000 people left. Green innate spiritual root. Another 4 people went up to take the innate talent assessment. When one of them placed his hand on a spiritual pearl that shone with a faint green light, It immediately attracted everyone's attention. This was a middle-aged man with a handsome face who was dressed like a scholar. He was stunned when he saw he only had a green innate spiritual root. When he regained his senses, an expression of joy could be seen on his face. It's actually a green innate spiritual root. Almost 400 people have taken the innate talent assessment, and there's finally a person with a green innate spiritual root. As long as one's cultivation base is at the divine saint stage or above, the rest of the assessment is just a formality to him. Green innate spiritual root. I hope I have a green innate spiritual root as well. Otherwise, with my cultivation base at the peak of the divine saint stage, it'll be difficult for me to pass the assessment and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. The crowd whispered among themselves. Many people looked at the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar with envy and jealousy in their eyes. What's your cultivation base like? The bronze flame elder asked with a smile as he looked at the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar. Even the bronze flame elder himself only had a green innate spiritual root. As long as this middle-aged man joined Zoroastrianism, it would only be a matter of time before he became a bronze flame elder like him. For this reason, he treated the middle-aged man as an equal. Early exemplary saint stage. The middle-aged man replied with a smile when he regained his senses. He's actually at the early exemplary saint stage. With such a cultivation base and innate talent, it's only a matter of time before he joins Zoroastrianism and becomes a disciple of Zoroastrianism. If he manages to break through to the quintessential saint stage, with his innate talent, he might even be able to obtain a pass to enter the saint land of Zoroastrianism. To him, today's assessment is just a formality. Moreover, with his innate talent, many Silver Flame elders might take a liking to him and want to take him in as their direct disciple. Many people looked at the middle-aged man with envy and jealousy. I've tested almost 400 people, but only one person with a green innate spiritual root has appeared. It seems like I only possess a yellow innate spiritual root. I just hope it's not an orange innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the middle-aged man in the distance. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes as well. Previously, when he was still on the mortal continent's cloud continent, he had consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk and transformed his innate talent into the most powerful innate talent on cloud continent. However, that was only the most powerful innate talent on the mortal continent. The most powerful innate talent on the mortal continent was nothing in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Perhaps, the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar brought luck to the people behind him. After a few rounds, another person was tested to have a green innate spiritual root. The second person with a green innate spiritual root. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the person who was tested to have a green innate spiritual root. This was an ordinary-looking young man who would not stand out in a crowd. He had only just realized he possessed a green innate spiritual root. He was stunned for a long time before he regained his senses. He only regained his senses when the bronze flame elder standing in front of him reminded him. He cried out in excitement. Compared to the middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar, he had lost his composure a lot more. However, nobody thought there was anything wrong with his loss of composure. Instead, they thought it was normal. If they were in his shoes, they might have lost their composure even more. Peng Hui, congratulations. Soon after, the companions of the young man who was tested to have a green innate spiritual root congratulated him. At the same time, he did not forget to tell the people around him proudly, "This genius with a green innate spiritual root is my brother." Initially, I thought it's impossible for him to pass the test since he's only at the intermediate divine saint stage. I didn't expect him to possess a green innate spiritual root. An intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse with a green innate spiritual root. He would definitely be able to enter the Zoroastrianism and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. At this moment, the people in the surroundings finally understood why the young man was so excited. If he did not possess a green innate spiritual root, he would have come here for nothing. Now that he was tested to possess a green innate spiritual root, He had successfully turned the tables. I really hope I'm as lucky as him. Many of the divine saint stage powerhouses present on the scene prayed. As time passed, a few more people were tested to possess a green innate spiritual root. At the same time, many of them left on their own accord. Soon after, it was Duan Lingtian's turn. When Duan Lingtian and 3 other people stepped into the air and arrived in front of the 4 bronze flame elders, the originally noisy surroundings fell silent immediately. Everyone's gazes fell on Duan Lingtian in unison. Chapter 1906. Yesterday, when I probed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base with my divine consciousness, I discovered he's not even 40 years old. Based on the strength he displayed after he was heavily injured yesterday, his innate talent must be monstrous. His innate spiritual root is most likely blue. An old man at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage said solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Not even 40 years old? Many people were shocked by the old man's words. This was because the old man had mentioned Duan Lingtian's cultivation base at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage during the innate talent assessment earlier. Due to this reason, nobody doubted his words. Yesterday, he was heavily injured by Elder Lian and was on the verge of death. Under such circumstances, he cast a powerful divine ability and killed Yang Wu, who was at the Mastery Divine Saint stage. Although the divine ability is powerful, it still relies on one's strength and spiritual energy. His cultivation base must be higher than Yang Wu's. In other words, he's at the peak of the Divine Saint stage at the very least. A person at the peak of the Divine Saint stage who's not even 40 years old must possess a blue or indigo innate spiritual root at the very least. Indigo innate spiritual root? As far as I know, even the top powerhouses and the peerless geniuses in the 3 great sects only possess indigo innate spiritual roots. Don't tell me there's going to be another peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root in Zoroastrianism? If he really possesses an indigo innate spiritual root, I'm afraid even the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would fight to take him in as his direct disciple. As the crowd discussed among themselves, many people looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly. Their eyes and faces were filled with anticipation. They were eager to see Duan Lingtian's innate talent assessment result. Did he possess a blue or indigo innate spiritual root? I don't think it's possible for him to possess an indigo innate spiritual root. It's said that there are peerless geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots in Zoroastrianism who have broken through to the exemplary saint stage in their early 30s. I think his innate spiritual root is at most a blue innate spiritual root. A young man in the crowd guessed. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he was rebutted by the person beside him. How do you know his cultivation base has not broken through to the exemplary saint stage? Don't forget that we're guessing he's at the peak of the divine saint stage or above. There's a possibility he's an exemplary saint stage powerhouse as well. After all, he was still able to counterattack and kill Yang Wu, who was at the Mastery Divine Saint stage with just a blow despite being so heavily injured. That's not something an ordinary person can do. Not bad. He knows a secret technique to conceal his cultivation base. We have no idea what his cultivation base is. It's not impossible for him to be at the exemplary saint stage. If he's really at the exemplary saint stage or above, he might really possess an indigo innate spiritual root. I'm really looking forward to it. What level is his innate spiritual root? Another round of discussion ensued, causing the gazes of those present to fall on Duan Lingtian to become even more fervent. They were eager to find out if Duan Lingtian possessed a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. Blue spirit root? Indigo spirit root? Less than 40 years old? Exemplary saint stage? When Duan Lingtian arrived in front of one of the Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders, the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch when he heard the discussions behind him. After a while, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Blue spirit root? Indigo innate spiritual root? He did not even dare to think about obtaining a mediocre innate spiritual root like a green innate spiritual root, let alone these 2 mediocre and high-grade innate spiritual roots. He knew his own situation very well. Less than 40 years old? This was because he spent most of his time cultivating in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Although time passed quickly in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it did not affect his age. If one were to count, his actual age had long surpassed 40 years old. Naturally, in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land where everyone was around 300 years old, 1,000 years old, or even several thousand years old, he could only be considered as a child. Exemplary saint stage? Currently, his cultivation base had only just broken through to the early divine saint stage. Apart from the fortuitous encounters in the dragon cleansing pool, the reason he was able to break through to the early divine saint stage so quickly was mostly because of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If it were not for the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the fortuitous encounters, it would have been impossible for him to possess his current cultivation base. It's impossible for my innate spiritual root to be above a green innate spiritual root. This was Duan Lingtian's guess. Naturally, this was only a guess. He would only know the exact grade of his innate spiritual root after the test. Blue innate spiritual root? Indigo innate spiritual root? Lian looked down and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and his gaze flickered with a dense and cold light. Even his innate spiritual root was only a blue innate spiritual root. However, this brat whom he wished he could kill actually possessed an indigo innate spiritual root? For a moment, Lian only felt a murderous intent rising in him. Naturally, he knew what an indigo innate spiritual root meant. If a person with an indigo innate spiritual root grew up, he would at least be a golden flame elder in the fire worship sect no matter how bad his life was. If he did well, he might even become the vice sect leader of the Zoroastrianism or even the sect leader. The moment he thought about how this brat who had an irreconcilable enmity with him might possess an indigo innate spiritual root, he could not wait to kill him. If this brat really possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, he would be able to easily kill him once he grew up. For this reason, he had to kill this brat before he could even think about it. However, his innate spiritual root might not be an indigo innate spiritual root. He might have a blue innate spiritual root like me. However, even if he has a blue innate spiritual root, I must get rid of him as soon as possible lest he becomes a threat in the future. Lian thought to himself. Once again he sentenced Duan Lingtian to death. Indigo innate spiritual root? Teng Shan looked at Duan Lingtian with a gleam in his eyes. An expression of anticipation could be seen on his face. Duan Lingtian, I hope you really possess an indigo innate spiritual root. If your innate spiritual root is indeed an indigo innate spiritual root, Lord Sect Leader will definitely take you in as his direct disciple when he comes out of closed-door cultivation. At that time, even Lian would have no choice but to beg for mercy. Teng Shan thought to himself. At this moment, even the other three people who were taking the test with Duan Lingtian did not extend their hands to touch the innate spiritual root testing pearl. Their eyes, including the bronze flame elders, were all on Duan Lingtian. They were waiting for Duan Lingtian to place his hand on the spiritual pearl to test his innate spiritual root. Although the 4 Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elders were not present yesterday, they had heard about the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wu, the son of the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, and how Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wu. They were curious about Duan Lingtian, who was not even 40 years old. His cultivation base was at the peak of the Divine Saint stage at the very least. Did he possess a blue innate spiritual root or indigo innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian quickly take the test. The bronze flame elder standing in front of Duan Lingtian could not help but urge him softly when he saw Duan Lingtian was not moving at all. His tone was polite. After all, the young man standing in front of him was a genius who was suspected to possess a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. Such a person would at least become a silver flame elder in the Zoroastrianism when he matured in the future. Moreover, if his innate spiritual root was an indigo innate spiritual root, his achievements would be even more exaggerated. Even if such a person had not matured, he was not someone he could afford to offend. All right. Upon hearing the bronze flame elder's reminder, Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he sensed everyone's attention on him. In the end, he extended his hand and placed it on the spiritual pearl that was hovering in front of him. The spiritual pearl was cold to the touch. Apart from that, it gave Duan Lingtian a strange feeling. The spiritual pearl felt ticklish when he touched it. It was as though there was a force from the spiritual pearl that was tickling Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, the entire place was silent. Everyone's attention was on the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand. They were anticipating the light that would appear on it. Time continued to pass by quietly. 1 breath passed by, 2 breaths passed by, 3 breaths passed by, the entire place was silent. Not even the slightest sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, held their breaths as they stared fixedly at the spirit pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand, paying attention to the changes on the spirit pearl. Finally, after 10 breaths of time, the spiritual bead began to glow. It's out! Apart from Duan Lingtian, who was slightly anxious, the others immediately became excited. Li An's gaze turned even colder. If Duan Lingtian possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, he would have to change his plans to deal with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, who possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, would definitely be favored by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism. He might even be accepted as a direct disciple by the sect leader. Li An did not want that to happen. If he really possesses an indigo innate spiritual root, I must kill him before Lord Sect Leader comes out of closed-door cultivation. I must prevent him from becoming the sect leader's direct disciple. Li An thought to himself viciously. Once Duan Lingtian became the direct disciple of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, unless he had a death wish, he would not dare to do anything to Duan Lingtian. As the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, he was not someone Li An could easily fool. If he possesses an indigo innate spiritual root, I must find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. I don't want to wait until he becomes Lord Sect Master's personal disciple before groveling in front of him and even having to apologize to him. Chapter 1907. It was not hard to imagine. If Duan Lingtian had really become the direct disciple of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, even Li An would have no choice but to lower his head and apologize to Duan Lingtian unless he no longer wanted to stay in Zoroastrianism. However, Li An was unwilling to leave Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he was unwilling to bow down to Duan Lingtian as well. For this reason, if Duan Lingtian really possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, there was only one thing he could do. They had to kill Duan Lingtian before the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect came out of his closed-door cultivation so they could nip this threat in the bud. Naturally, if Duan Lingtian only possessed a blue innate spiritual root, there was no need for him to be in such a hurry. After all, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would not be interested in someone with a blue innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian, you better pray that you don't possess an indigo innate spiritual root. Otherwise, even if it's risky, I'll do everything I can to get rid of you as soon as possible. Li An's gaze turned even colder as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the spiritual pearl in Duan Lingtian's hand shone brightly. However, when they saw this ray of light, apart from Duan Lingtian, who had an expression that said, "It's true," everyone was stunned. All of them were dumbstruck. Apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone present on the scene seemed to have their necks strangled. They could not make a sound for a long time. Soon after, some of them regained their senses. However, their expressions were rather amusing. How's this possible? How's this possible? How can Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root be so low? This innate spiritual root is not worthy of Duan Lingtian's innate talent. Is there something wrong with the spiritual pearl? I think there's something wrong with the spiritual pearl as well. After regaining their senses, everyone began to talk amongst themselves. None of them were willing to believe that the scene before them was real. To be more precise, he was unwilling to believe that the results of Duan Lingtian's talent assessment were real. Duan Lingtian's test results were yellow spirit root. Most of the thousands of people who participated in the innate talent assessment today possessed yellow innate spiritual roots. However, Since they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength and the fact that he was not even 40 years old, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to possess a yellow innate spiritual root. A yellow spirit root was not worthy of Duan Lingtian at all. Even if she had a green spiritual root, they felt that she was not good enough for Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, only someone with a blue innate spiritual root or above was worthy of Duan Lingtian's innate talent. Is there something wrong with the spiritual pearl? Apart from the others, even the 4 bronze flame elders and Tingshan, the silver flame elder, felt the same way. Duan Lingtian, there should be something wrong with that spirit pearl. Try another spirit pearl. Try another spiritual pearl, Tingshan said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he gestured at the other bronze flame elder. The bronze flame elder placed the spiritual pearl in front of Duan Lingtian. Lian was still in shock when he learned that Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Due to this reason, he did not object to Teng Shan's arrangement. Of course, in the depths of his heart, he subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with the spiritual bead. Duan Lingtian was not even 40 years old, but he possessed the strength to kill a Mastery Divine Saint stage martial cultivator even after he was severely injured. With such innate talent, how could he only possess a yellow innate spiritual root? Elder Tingshan, I don't think there's any need for me to try anymore. There's nothing wrong with the spiritual pearl. My innate spiritual root should be a yellow innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as he looked at Tingshan under the watchful eyes of the others. Duan Lingtian knew his innate talent better than anyone else. Although his innate talent had reached the peak in the mortal continent and the cloud continent after he consumed the 10,000 years stalactite milk, his innate talent was only at the peak in the mortal continent and the cloud continent. However, his innate talent was only at the peak in the mortal continent. The peak innate talent of a mortal with 6 points could only be considered as ordinary in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was nothing in the upper province. Apart from that, he did not think there was something wrong with the spiritual pearl when he was being tested. For this reason, he was certain he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. It was impossible for him not to be disappointed by the result of the test. However, since Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he was able to face it calmly. Use another spiritual pearl to test again. I believe I'm not the only one. The others won't believe you only possess a yellow innate spiritual root. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tingshan thought Duan Lingtian did not care about the result of the test. Therefore, he insisted on letting Duan Lingtian take the test again. The others nodded in agreement as well. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian felt there was no need for him to test again, he was still forced to do so. As Duan Lingtian placed his hand on another spiritual pearl, everyone's attention shifted to the other spiritual pearl that Duan Lingtian was touching. There won't be a problem with the spiritual pearl this time, right? It's rare for there to be a problem once. There won't be a problem again. How can there be such a coincidence? Do you think Duan Lingtian really possesses a yellow innate spiritual root? Do you think it's possible? Unless he knows a secret tactic to conceal his cultivation base or his real age, his innate spiritual root is at least a blue innate spiritual root. Many people did not forget to discuss among themselves as they stared at the spiritual pearl that Duan Lingtian was touching. Another 10 breaths of time passed. As the spiritual pearl glowed faintly, the scene fell silent again. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the spiritual pearl that Duan Lingtian was touching. The light on the spiritual pearl continued to shine. In the end, it seemed to have transformed into a scorching sun. However, when the radiance on the spiritual pearl completely revealed its color, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. After a few moments, the scene became as noisy as a market. It's still a yellow innate spiritual root. How? How's this possible? Don't tell me there's a problem with the spiritual pearl again. It's possible for one spiritual pearl to have a problem, but 2 spiritual pearls at the same time? Impossible. It seems like Duan Lingtian really only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Based on the strength he displayed yesterday and his age, how can his innate spiritual root only be a yellow innate spiritual root? Age? Has it ever crossed your mind that since he can conceal his cultivation base, he might be able to conceal his real age as well? Perhaps he's already a few hundred years old and has intentionally concealed his real age to pretend to be young. Now that you mention it, it's possible. Although I've never heard of a secret tactic to conceal one's real age, I've never heard of a secret tactic to conceal one's cultivation base before I met him. For this reason, it's not strange for him to possess a secret tactic to conceal his real age. A few hundred years old fella actually concealed his real age and cultivation base to participate in the assessment of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. This is my first time seeing someone pretending to be young to such an extent. The scene was extremely noisy as everyone discussed among themselves. Initially, some people thought there might be a problem with the second spiritual pearl as well. However, this was quickly rejected. In the end, most people came to the same conclusion. Duan Lingtian was, in fact, an old fella who was a few hundred years old. He was only able to mislead everyone because he knew a secret tactic to conceal his real age and cultivation base. At this moment, even Ting Shan agreed with this statement deep down in his heart. Otherwise, he really did not know how to explain the scene before his eyes. Yellow innate spiritual root? Lian laughed when he saw Duan Lingtian still possessed a yellow innate spiritual root after the second assessment. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. As it turns out, he's just a useless old fart. Previously, just like everyone else, he had thought Duan Lingtian was a young martial genius with extraordinary innate talent. However, it seemed like they had misjudged him. He was obviously an old fart who used a secret tactic to pretend to be young. Old fart? When Duan Lingtian heard the discussion in the surroundings, he could not help but feel shocked. He did not expect people would think he was an old fart who pretended to be young. Although he was not even 40 years old. Compared to the people in front of him, he seemed to be the youngest, right? Duan Lingtian did not know whether to laugh or cry when he was referred to as an old fart by a group of people who were older than him. Naturally, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although he felt helpless, he could not explain to others how he managed to possess such strength despite his innate talent. Could he tell others that he possessed the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and had many fortuitous encounters? Could he tell others that his cultivation base had only recently broken through to the early divine saint stage? Forget it. Let them say what they want. In the end, Duan Lingtian turned a deaf ear to the discussion in the surroundings and shifted his attention back to his innate spiritual root. His heart was filled with bitterness. My innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root. Perhaps, if I didn't consume the 10,000-year stalactite milk in the cloud continent, my innate spiritual root would be even lower. Walao, can one's innate spiritual root transform and improve? Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he was still dissatisfied with his yellow innate spiritual root. He really hoped there was a way to improve his innate spiritual root. My innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root, but I've already cultivated to the early divine saint stage at such a young age. If I can improve my innate spiritual root with the help of the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, wouldn't my cultivation speed be heaven-defying? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he became slightly excited. However, he seemed to have thought of something. His excitement seemed to have been extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Perhaps I can improve my innate spiritual root now? Based on my earlier observation, I roughly know what the innate spiritual root in this mundane realm is. Chapter 1908. There's more than one way to improve it? How? Duan Lingtian was excited when he heard Hua Lao's words. When he found out he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, although he did not show it on the surface, he was very concerned and disappointed in the depths of his heart. Innate spiritual roots were divided into 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. A yellow innate spiritual root was not even a mediocre innate spiritual root. Among the hundreds of people who remained, more than 90% of them had yellow innate spiritual roots like him. A yellow innate spiritual root was not a big deal in the Tao Martial Saint land. It was not even worth mentioning in the Zoroastrianism. Moreover, most of the ordinary disciples in the Zoroastrianism had yellow innate spiritual roots. Now that he learned from Hua Lao that he could improve his innate spiritual root, how could he not be excited? I was wondering why your cultivation speed is not much faster than an ordinary person even though you've opened up 99 saint veins. Now, it seems like the mundane realm's rules are restricting your 99 saint veins' innate talent. Elder He did not answer Duan Ling Tian. Instead, he muttered to himself, "The law of this mundane realm?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard Hua Lao's words. It was not his first time hearing about the mundane realm's law. According to Hua Lao, when his soul had just transmigrated to this world, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's soul had tried to destroy his soul. However, due to the law of this mundane realm, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had killed himself. Later on, Black Nether's main soul in the Devil Seal tablet had also killed himself due to the law of this mundane realm. His soul did not belong to this mundane realm. It was tainted by the law of another mundane realm. The soul born in this mundane realm had tried to attack his soul in the most direct way. Naturally, it would be killed by the law of the other mundane realm. On the other hand, if he had taken the initiative to use his soul to attack the souls of Emperor Wu and Black Underworld, he would have been the one to die. The realm law was the most mysterious law in the colossal world. Even the strongest heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were restricted by the realm law. Yes, Hua Lao replied. Based on what I've seen so far, apart from the cultivation environment and resources, the innate spiritual root is another factor that limits one's cultivation speed. The innate spiritual root directly determines one's innate talent. The talent bestowed by the holy bloodline is restricted by the rules of this mundane plane and cannot be displayed. Otherwise, with your 99 saint veins, you'd be considered a peerless genius even in the Devata realms. Hua Lao finished speaking in one breath. So, the innate spiritual root is unique to this mundane realm? Duan Ling Tian was not stupid. He quickly guessed something from Hua Lao's words. That's right. Elder He replied again before he continued to say, whether it's the mundane realm where planet Yanhuang is located or the Jade Emperor Heaven, one of the Devata realms that I went to later on, their innate talent is determined by the number of saint veins in their bodies. Naturally, in the mundane realm where planet Yanhuang is located, it's not called saint veins. It's called earth veins. In the Jade Emperor Heaven, it's called heaven veins. Hua Lao paused for a moment before he continued to say, however, in this mundane realm, the rules are different. Whether it's humans or beasts, their innate talent is determined by their innate spiritual roots. Now that I've recovered my divine consciousness, I can see the innate spiritual root in the depths of your soul. Your innate spiritual root is only yellow. It's only ordinary in this mundane realm. No wonder your cultivation speed is so slow even with the help of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. A hint of ridicule could be heard in Hua Lao's voice when he reached the end of his sentence. This yellow innate spiritual root must have transformed after I consumed the 10,000 years stalactite milk in the mortal continent and cloud continent. My innate spiritual root in the past was most likely an orange innate spiritual root or even a red innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian said with a wry smile on his face. The 10,000 years stalactite milk is indeed a rare spiritual root. However, even if it can improve one's innate spiritual root, a yellow innate spiritual root is the limit. Hua Lao said. Hua Lao, I remember when I first met you in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. The Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda used its remaining energy to help me rebirth. Didn't it help me improve my innate spiritual root? At that time, the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda had used its remaining energy to help him rebirth. When he was still in the cloud continent in the mortal continent, the 10,000 years stalactite milk had not only helped him rebirth, but it had also helped him improve his innate spiritual root to the peak of the cloud continent. The Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda helped you rebirth, but it only improved your physical body. It has nothing to do with your innate spiritual root. Hua Lao explained. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. All the questions in his heart were answered. He finally understood why his innate spiritual root was so weak even though he had opened 99 saint veins. He finally understood why his innate spiritual root did not improve when the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda had helped him rebirth. Hualao, how should I improve my innate spiritual root? When Duan Lingtian recalled Hualao had said there was more than one way to improve his innate spiritual root, he took a deep breath and tried to suppress his excitement before he asked. Earlier, I used my divine consciousness to observe your innate spiritual root. There are 2 ways to improve it. You know one of them as well. Hualao said, I know it as well? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and he was slightly puzzled. What was this about? What did he know? If he knew, would he still ask? You've improved your innate spiritual root through that method before. Hualao reminded Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood and smiled wryly. So, Elder Hua, you're talking about the 10,000-year stalactite milk. However, didn't you say earlier that the 10,000-year stalactite milk can only elevate the innate spiritual root to the yellow innate spiritual root? I did say that, but that's only the limit of the 10,000 years stalactite milk. In this world, there are many spiritual items that are similar to the 10,000-year stalactite milk but more miraculous than it. If the 10,000-year stalactite milk can improve the innate spiritual root to yellow, why can't they improve the innate spiritual root further? Hualao asked. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. That was right. The 10,000 years stalactite milk had no effect on his innate spiritual root. However, if there were other spiritual roots that were more miraculous than the 10,000 years stalactite milk, would he have to worry about improving his innate spiritual root? Hualao, you must know what spiritual roots can improve my innate spiritual root. Tell me quickly. Duan Lingtian asked Hualao eagerly. I know many spiritual roots that can improve your innate spiritual root. If I tell you, you might not remember them. How about this? I'll organize the appearance and characteristics of those spiritual roots into information and transmit it to your mind. That way, you'll be able to remember them. As soon as Hualao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian felt a vast amount of information surging into his mind. Along with the information was a terrifying aura that made his soul tremble. Duan Lingtian knew it was Hualao's powerful divine consciousness that contained a vast amount of information. Usually, he would not feel anything when Hualao used a weak divine consciousness to enter his mind. However, at this moment, Hualao used a lot of his divine consciousness to transmit a large amount of information. Therefore, Duan Lingtian felt his soul tremble. This was because Hualao's divine consciousness was too powerful. Hualao's divine consciousness is even more powerful than Li An's. It seems like Elder Hua's strength has recovered quite well recently. While his soul trembled from Hualao's divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian also realized that Hualao had recovered a lot of his strength. At the very least, he was more powerful than Lian. It's a pity that the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda is too restrictive on Hualao. Only his divine consciousness can come out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to be so secretive. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but sigh. It was frustrating to have a powerful fighter by his side, but he could not use him at all. Only Duan Lingtian could understand this feeling. As Hualao retracted his divine consciousness, Duan Lingtian discovered there was a lot of information in his mind about spiritual items that could improve his innate spiritual root. So many? Duan Lingtian was shocked. However, when Duan Lingtian briefly browsed through the information, he discovered that although there were many spirit objects recorded, he had never seen or heard of any of them before. It seems like it's not easy to find spiritual items to improve my innate spiritual root. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized this as well. Hualao, you said there's more than one way to improve my innate spiritual root. Apart from looking for these spiritual items, what else can I do? Duan Lingtian asked. Compared to looking for these spiritual items, the method I'm going to tell you is much simpler. However, compared to the first method, this method might not work. I can tell you, but you'll have to be prepared. Hualao said. Might not work? Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed. However, he still urged, Hualao, tell me. The path of searching for spiritual objects was exceedingly difficult. If there was a shortcut, he would still try it even if it did not work in the end. This method is related to the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that you mastered. Hualao continued to say, I don't know much about the elementary devouring tactic. However, the advanced devouring tactic of the Heavenly Emperor in the Devata realm is extremely famous. It's said that the advanced devouring tactic can devour everything in the world. Chapter 1909. Devour other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen my innate spiritual root? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Hualao's words. Author's note, if this method worked, it could be a shortcut. At the very least, it was more reliable than searching for spiritual items. Yes, it's devouring other people's innate spiritual roots. Hualao replied, however, this is only a theory. You'll have to put it into practice to see if it works. Moreover, if it works, the person whose innate spiritual root is devoured by you will lose their innate spiritual root. It's fine if they're dead. However, if they're alive, they won't be able to improve at all after their innate spiritual root is devoured by you. Hualao continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although it sounded cruel to devour other people's innate spiritual roots, he would not devour other people's innate spiritual roots. However, he would not devour the innate spiritual roots of others for no reason. He would only devour the innate spiritual roots of those who deserved to die and those who offended him. That was the only way he would not feel guilty. Although the strong were respected in this world and it was natural selection, Duan Lingtian still retained the humanity that a human should have in his heart. If he lost his humanity, he would be no different from a cold-blooded animal. Humans were humans because they still had humanity in them. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not reject the idea of using the elementary devouring tactic to strengthen his innate spiritual root even though it sounded cruel. After all, he would not simply devour other people's innate spiritual roots. He would only devour the innate spiritual roots of those who deserve to die. For example, Lian. Duan Lingtian lifted his head and looked at Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, who was looking at him with disdain. However, with my current strength, it's difficult for me to even get close to him, let alone devour his innate spiritual root. I still need to be strong. I'm still too weak. Although Duan Lingtian was quite strong, he still felt powerless when facing Li, and Lian was not only a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, but he was also ranked in the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. He was not someone Duan Lingtian could compare to. Even if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would not be able to harm Lian at all. Instead, he would be killed by Lian. The gap between him and Lian was too big. However, even if I pass the test and stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, Lian 1 won't make a move on me. If I show my indigo innate spiritual root that is valued by the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, he'll definitely take the risk. Duan Lingtian's spiritual innate spiritual root is Duan's spiritual root is spiritual roots spiritual root spiritual roots spiritual root. Li was. Originally, Lian was mentally prepared to kill Duan Lingtian if his innate spiritual root was revealed to be an indigo innate spiritual root. Even if he had to take the risk, he would not hesitate to kill Duan Lingtian to prevent future troubles. However, now that he saw Duan Lingtian only possessed the ordinary yellow innate spiritual root in Zoroastrianism, he no longer saw Duan Lingtian as a threat. Duan Lingtian was merely an old man who had concealed his age and low innate talent. He did not want to dirty his hands if he personally killed such a person. However, even if Lian won't take the risk, he'll definitely send someone to deal with me. Moreover, Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, will definitely think of ways to deal with me. At that time, I can devour the innate spiritual roots of the people they send to deal with me to strengthen my own innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. He even hoped Lian and Yang Chong would send someone to deal with him as soon as possible. Isn't it too early for me to be thinking about this? Hua Lao had already said that the elementary devouring tactic's ability to devour innate spiritual roots was only a theory. He felt it was theoretically possible. However, I'm not sure if the elementary devouring tactic will be able to devour other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen my own innate spiritual root. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He immediately became sober. Since the test was over, Duan Lingtian, naturally, returned to his seat. Unlike before, after seeing Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, the people in the surroundings no longer paid any attention to Duan Lingtian. In the eyes of most of the people around, Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary person like them. He was not worthy of their attention at all. Currently, they thought Duan Lingtian was someone who had used a secret technique to conceal his true age to gain favor. They even looked down on Duan Lingtian from the bottom of their hearts. He's already so old and yet he's still pretending to be young. Some people inadvertently glanced at Duan Lingtian and snorted in disdain. It's fine if he's just pretending to be young, but the problem is he's so ridiculous. Even the two Silver Flame elders from the Black Turtle Sanctum were fooled by him and thought he's a peerless genius. In the end, didn't he reveal his true colors during the innate talent assessment? Such a person is too disgusting. Previously, I also thought I've encountered a peerless genius among the younger generation. I didn't expect he's just an old fart who's pretending to be young using a secret technique. In my opinion, such a person should go to the 18th level of hell. He's too disgusting. Although not many people were paying attention to Duan Lingtian, there were still a few people who were paying attention to Duan Lingtian. They were not polite at all as they mocked Duan Lingtian. These people, Duan Lingtian frowned as he glanced at the few people who mocked him. A displeased expression appeared on his face. I don't seem to know them, and I didn't offend them, right? Put aside the fact that I'm not pretending to be young. Even if I'm pretending to be young, it's fine for them to mock me. However, they actually said they want me to go to hell? The few people who mocked Duan Lingtian were standing near Duan Lingtian. When they saw Duan Lingtian looking at them with a frown on his face, a disdainful expression appeared on their faces. What are you looking at? Old fart, are you still not convinced after I said a few words to you? One of them looked at Duan Lingtian with a sneer on his face. If Duan Lingtian was a peerless genius with a blue or indigo innate spiritual root, it would be fine since he could not afford to offend Duan Lingtian. However, now that he found out Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root and was inferior to him, he, naturally, did not fear Duan Lingtian at all. In fact, he even wanted to humiliate Duan Lingtian and make a name for himself. Perhaps, he could even curry favor with the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. Why not? Watch your mouth, Duan Lingtian said coldly as his expression turned grave. He remembered this person. He was one of the few people who possessed a green innate spiritual root. He was a middle-aged man with a ferocious expression. His name seemed to be Gu Chun. At this moment, Gu Chun had a ferocious smile on his face when he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian had a deep enmity with him. You're just a martial cultivator with a yellow innate spiritual root. How dare you throw a tantrum in front of me? How dare you talk back to me? Gu Chun was stunned. Almost at the instant Gu Chun's words left his mouth, a person nearby laughed out loud and said as though he was eager to see the world in chaos, Gu Chun, don't forget that he even dared to kill Yang Wu, the son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder. How could a sectless cultivator like you possibly be worthy of his attention? Upon hearing this person's words, Gu Chun finally remembered Duan Lingtian had killed the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect yesterday. For a moment, a sense of dread rose in his heart. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian's innate talent was inferior to his. However, based on Duan Lingtian's actions yesterday, he was definitely a ruthless person. Otherwise, he would not have dared to offend Elder Li En and kill Yang Wu. Gu Chun's expression changed immediately. He was no longer as aggressive as before. He was afraid after all. When Duan Lingtian saw Gu Chun's expression, how could he not guess what he was thinking? A disdainful smile appeared on his face. After he glanced at Gu Chun indifferently, he no longer looked at him. Instead, he shifted his attention to the 4 people who were participating in the innate talent assessment. When Gu Chun saw Duan Lingtian's disdainful gaze, he felt extremely humiliated. He clenched his fists tightly as his body trembled. He was so angry that he almost crushed his teeth. However, he suppressed his anger in the end. Although he was an early exemplary Saint stage martial cultivator, he did not dare to act recklessly before he figured out Duan Lingtian's background. Who knew if Duan Lingtian was at the intermediate exemplary Saint stage or above? Duan Lingtian, my innate talent is higher than yours. Even if I'm not as good as you now, I'll trample you under my feet and make you beg for mercy one day. Gu Chun roared in his heart, venting the frustration in his heart. The small conflict between Duan Lingtian and Gu Chun did not attract much attention. Most people's attention was focused on the remaining people who were participating in the innate talent assessment. 2 more people were tested to possess green innate spiritual roots. Green innate spiritual roots. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with envy when he looked at the 2 people who possessed green innate spiritual roots. After all, he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. It was a level lower than a green innate spiritual root. After the innate talent assessment ended, it was time for the strength assessment. The strength assessment was divided into 2 batches. One of the batches was for those who possessed green innate spiritual roots. Their assessment was easier. As long as one's cultivation base was at the divine saint stage or above, one would be able to pass. The other batch was for those who possessed yellow innate spiritual roots. Compared to the former batch, their assessment was much more difficult. Those who did not possess a cultivation base at the exemplary saint stage or above would not be able to pass. Those who possess green innate spiritual roots, follow me. At the same time, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder Lian spoke. After he finished speaking, he brought 9 people with green innate spiritual roots, including Gu Chun. He was in charge of this batch of people's assessment. Before Lian left, he did not forget to look at Duan Lingtian coldly with killing intent in his eyes. However, he was ignored by Duan Lingtian. This caused Lian's expression to turn even darker. It was as though he was about to leave with his people. Chapter 1910. Those who possessed green innate spiritual roots left with Lian. Those who possessed yellow innate spiritual roots, including Duan Lingtian, stayed behind. Another Black Turtle Sanctum Silver Flame Elder, Tung Shan, and 4 other Bronze Flame Elders would be in charge of their strength assessment. After Lian left with the others, Tung Shan inadvertently glanced at Duan Lingtian. A hint of disappointment could be seen in his eyes. He did not expect things would turn out like this. This young man whom he had high hopes for from the beginning only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Could it be that this young man was really an old man like what everyone had said? He was still unwilling to believe it. However, no matter how unwilling he was, the truth was right before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. Through the Spiritual Pearls test, Duan Lingtian could tell this young man who was not even 40 years old possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. It was almost impossible for someone with a yellow innate spiritual root to possess a cultivation base at the peak of the divine saint stage before the age of 40. For this reason, in the depths of his heart, he actually believed Duan Lingtian had concealed his true age. Duan Lingtian, regardless of whether you pass the strength assessment or not, I don't recommend you to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum. If you want to leave, I'll get 2 of my friends to escort you. Even Elder Lian won't be able to get help in time if he's caught off guard. He'll only be able to watch us escort you away. A solemn voice transmission suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell it was the voice of Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, Ting Shan. Elder Ting Shan? Duan Lingtian looked at Ting Shan in shock. He did not expect Ting Shan would still be willing to help him at this moment. He did not even hesitate to offend Lian. He was very touched by this. At the very least, Ting Shan did not look down on him just because he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Not only that, but he was even willing to help him at such a critical moment. Such actions were rare and commendable. I hope he'll leave. This is all I can do to help him. Ting Shan thought to himself as he sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. He was willing to help Duan Ling Tian at this moment because he liked Duan Ling Tian. He did not want to see Duan Ling Tian playing with fire. Moreover, he felt guilty about Lian injuring Duan Ling Tian in front of him yesterday. As far as he was concerned, everyone would be happy if Duan Ling Tian chose to leave. However, if he did not leave, there was nothing he could do. Teng Shan would not be able to help even if he wanted to help him, he would not be able to help him. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, his strength, influence, and charisma were far inferior to Lian. Even if Lian wanted to seek revenge on Duan Ling Tian, there was nothing he could do. Initially, he thought Duan Ling Tian only possessed a blue or indigo innate spiritual root. If Duan Ling Tian possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would most likely accept Duan Ling Tian as his direct disciple after he came out of closed-door cultivation. Once Duan Ling Tian became the direct disciple of the sect leader of Zoroastrianism, Lian would not be able to do anything to him. Even if Duan Ling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root instead of an indigo Duan Ling Tian, Ting Shan could still recommend Duan Ling Tian to the sanctum leader of Black Turtle Sanctum. He believed the sanctum leader of Black Turtle Sanctum would be more than willing to accept a genius like Duan Ling Tian as his direct disciple. Once Duan Ling Tian became the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of Black Turtle Sanctum, Lian would not be able to do anything to him. However, what surprised him was that Duan Ling Tian's innate spiritual root was not only not an indigo spiritual root, but it was also not a cyan spiritual root. In fact, it was not even green. It was only a yellow innate spiritual root. Yellow innate spiritual roots were the most common innate spiritual roots in Zoroastrianism. Among 100 Zoroastrianism disciples, at least 90 of them would have yellow innate spiritual roots. From this, it could be seen that the yellow spirit root was very common and not even worth mentioning in Zoroastrianism. Thank you, Elder Ting Shan. Upon hearing Ting Shan's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian immediately expressed his gratitude through voice transmission. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, "However, I don't plan to leave the Black Turtle Sanctum for now. As for the strength assessment later, I'll definitely pass. In addition, please rest assured, Elder Ting Shan. Since I dared to kill the son of Li An's best friend in front of him, then I am already prepared to bear all the consequences. Elder Ting Shan, Duan Ling Tian, will always remember this favor in my heart." Duan Ling Tian's words were so convincing that Ting Shan was rendered speechless. He did not know what to say at all. But since it's your choice, it's up to you. After a long while, Ting Shan finally replied to Duan Ling Tian. He sighed. His voice was filled with exhaustion. Following that, Ting Shan shifted his attention to the strength assessment for Duan Ling Tian and the others. Together with the other 4 bronze flame elders, Ting Shan presided over the strength assessment. For Duan Ling Tian and the others' strength assessment, as long as one was at the exemplary saint stage or above, as long as one took it seriously, the passing rate would be almost 100%. For this reason, the content of the assessment was not worth mentioning at all. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian passed the assessment as expected. Naturally, in the eyes of the others, although Duan Ling Tian had passed the assessment, his performance was a little forced. Early exemplary saint stage? For him to barely pass the assessment, he must be at the early exemplary saint stage. Do you think he's intentionally hiding his strength? Perhaps his true strength is not only at the early exemplary saint stage? You're thinking too much. Now that everything about him has been exposed, do you think he still has a reason to hide his strength? How naive. When the people who participated in the assessment with Duan Ling Tian saw he had passed the strength assessment, they began to whisper among themselves again. In the end, they were almost certain Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was the same as before. Early exemplary saint stage. If Duan Ling Tian was really a young man below the age of 40, his cultivation base would definitely cause a commotion. However, due to the fact that everyone had assumed Duan Ling Tian was an old man who was a few hundred years old, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. For this reason, they were not surprised when they saw Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the early exemplary saint stage. They thought it was normal. Duan Lingtian remained calm when he heard the whispers. His true cultivation base was much lower than what these people had guessed. It was only at the early divine saint stage. The reason he had barely passed the strength assessment earlier was because other than the sun saint energy, he did not rely on any other energy at all. Although the saint energy in his body was only at the early divine saint stage, it was not any weaker than an early exemplary saint stage powerhouse since it had merged with the sun's flame. Since he had just broken through to the early divine saint stage early in the morning, he was still not familiar with the use of his new energy, the saint energy. Due to this reason, people thought he had barely passed the strength assessment. Duan Lingtian merely smiled indifferently when he heard the whispers around him. He was not bothered by it at all. Why would he, Duan Lingtian, care about what other people thought? Those who failed the strength assessment, please leave with these 2 bronze flame elders. Those who passed the strength assessment, please follow the other 2 bronze flame elders back to your residences. The 2 of them will tell you everything you need to take note of as a new disciple. At the same time, Teng Shan's voice resonated in the air as though he was giving advice. The moment Teng Shan's words left his mouth, he glanced at Duan Lingtian before he sighed and left. Since Duan Lingtian had already made his choice, there was nothing he could do. In the future, Duan Lingtian would have to rely on himself. He could not help him even if he wanted to. After Teng Shan left, the group of people who did not pass the strength assessment followed the 2 bronze flame elders dejectedly. The other 2 bronze flame elders called out to the group of people who passed the strength assessment, including Duan Lingtian, and brought them to the depths of the mountain range. During the journey, the 2 bronze flame elders gave Duan Lingtian and the others the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. The uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was also a white robe with a black turtle pattern embroidered with flames. However, the color of the flames was light gray. It was not eye-catching compared to the white robe. However, one could see the pattern embroidered with the light gray flames on the white robe with just a glance. That's where the sanctum leader of our Black Turtle Sanctum and the 5 silver flame elders cultivate. Unless Lord Sanctum leader and the silver flame elders allow it, no one is allowed to enter. Those who trespass without reason will be killed. After giving out the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, one of the bronze flame elders looked at the east and reminded them solemnly. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with killing intent that sent chills down their spines. Duan Lingtian looked over and saw the east was covered in fog. He could not see what was behind the fog at all. It was obvious there was a formation that blocked his vision. The front is where our Black Turtle Sanctum's altar is located. Our Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, is recorded on the Black Turtle statue at the center of the altar. It can be comprehended by the Black Turtle Sanctum, the other bronze flame elder chimed in. Duan Lingtian and the others immediately shifted their gazes from the east to the front. In the forest, a vast flat land appeared before their eyes. Numerous enormous palaces stood in the surroundings of this vast and flat ground. They were grand and imposing, like numerous enormous beasts lying on the ground. An invisible and majestic aura surged out from them, causing one's heart to tremble.